Testing the closed captioning. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, welcome. We'll be starting at 10 a.m. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing the closed captions. 1, 2, 3. We're going to begin at 10 a.m. Welcome, everyone. Good to see you all here. Testing the closed captions for YouTube. Connor.
Check. Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Is this on? Hello? Hello? Yeah? No? It's on. All right, I'll try to speak very clearly. Good morning, everyone, on this rainy Thursday morning. We are so pleased to welcome you here to Olin Auditorium at Bard College for the 14th annual Hannah Arendt Center Conference. I understand we're being joined by many people online, and toward that end, I'd like everyone to take out their cell phone right now. Please silence it, because my understanding from Roger is that because we're streaming on YouTube, there will be some big problems if the ringtone goes off on your cell phone. It may interrupt the transmission of this event. So please silence your cell phones and allow me to welcome you to Bard. My name is Deirdre Delbert. I'm Dean of the College. It was my great pleasure in, I think, 2019 to stand up here with a wonderful group of very engaged, ready members of an audience for this conference, and it's a great pleasure to see you all again in person. We could not have a more timely and urgent subject for discussion: rage and reason, democracy under the tyranny of social media. And the question I ask myself as I look forward to attending these panels, my students will be attending these panels as well as part of our Women in Leadership course, is to wonder, is there a rage within reason? What are the productive functions of rage? How might rage move us, not just individually, but collectively? And what are both the creative and destructive capacities of rage? What relationship do we see between rage and reason? What are the performative dimensions of rage? And how does rage clearly inform much of our public discourse today? You'll be hearing from tremendously interesting individuals throughout the course of this conference on these topics. And I want to just take a moment to acknowledge in our audience here in Olin the presence of students. I believe we have a group of students from one of the Bard High School early colleges. Can you all raise your hands? Welcome. We're very glad you're here. Please let's welcome our students. I also want to thank all of the colleagues in the Hannah Arendt Center for all the tremendous effort that's gone into bringing these thinkers together and for making today possible. I want to thank my colleagues, my faculty and staff colleagues I see in the audience right now for being part of this discussion. And I would like to thank, obviously, also just the community of Bard College for its ongoing and heartfelt support of the work of the Hannah Arendt Center. We know that this is a very large community, both in person and increasingly around the world virtually. So there is no better way for us to engage the questions of this conference. It is my great pleasure and my honor to introduce my colleague, Roger Berkowitz, who is the founder and academic director of the Hannah Arendt Center for Politics and Humanities. He is a professor of politics, philosophy, and human rights at Bard College. He is the author of The Gift of Science on Leibniz and the Modern Legal Tradition, and the editor of The Perils of Invention, Lying and Technology and the Human Condition, which is forthcoming. He is a fantastic scholar, but even more importantly, he is a courageous, fearless, intellectual force and presence on this campus. He is not afraid to disagree with anyone, and he will encourage all of us to be the same in our inquiry throughout the course of these 2 days of the conference. Thank you so much for being here. We're very happy to see you. Again, I want to welcome all of the participants online, and without further ado, I give you Roger Berkowitz.
Thank you, Deirdre. Rage, goddess, sing the rage of Peleus' son Achilles. Murderous, doomed, that cost the Achaeans countless losses, hurling down to the house of death so many sturdy souls, great fighters' souls, that made their bodies carrion, feast for the dogs and birds. So translates Robert Fagles the opening lines of Homer's Iliad. Simone Weil called the Iliad a poem of war, but it may more rightly be seen as a poem of rage. The rage of Achilles has two sources. The first is the injustice of Agamemnon's taking of Achilles' prize, Briseis. And the second source of Achilles' rage is Hector's killing of Achilles' dearest friend, Patroclus. When Patroclus falls, Achilles, as you know, launches into a rage to avenge his friend, eventually killing the Trojan hero, Hector. The Greek word for honor, timein, is derived from the root, which means to take notice of. Achilles' vengeful rage against Hector is a taking notice of the claims of friendship, fellowship, and justice. Achilles' rage thus conforms to Hannah Arendt's basic insight that rage is a reaction to injustice. As Deirdre said, there's a productive nature to rage and its connection to reason and justice. We are not enraged by an earthquake, which is tragic, but we are enraged by human decisions to bomb a hospital or enslave a people. When our sense of justice is offended, Arendt writes, we react with rage. The problem with rage is that while it is activated by justice, it rarely leads to the doing of justice. Instead, rage often degenerates into a spiral of violence. Violence, like rage, can serve justice. We shouldn't think that it doesn't. Sometimes violence does serve justice. When powerless people suffer injustice that is invisible, sometimes an act of violence can make that injustice visible in the name of justice. The problem, and thus, as Arendt says in her essay on violence, violence and rage can be rational. The problem with violence and with rage is that most often, when we turn to violence in order to make injustice visible and do justice, it doesn't lead to more justice. It leads more simply to more violence, to cycles of violence, cycles of revenge. Now, the Iliad is an exception to the Arendtian worry that rage leads to a cycle of violence. To some degree, obviously, it led to a 10-year war. There are three characters in the Iliad who are consumed by rage, and all three are described as wanting to eat raw human flesh. The first is Hera, the goddess spurned by Paris, who sets her sight on the destruction of Troy. And as David Logue liberally but brilliantly translates Hera's enraged outburst, I want Troy dead, its swimming pools and cellars filled with limbs, its race rotten beneath the rubble, oozing pus. Even at noon, the Dardanelles lit up, all that is left a blood stain by the sea. That's rage. Hera's bile and rage are such that Zeus is taken aback, and Fagles translates Zeus saying, rising in anger, Hera will not stop until she can, quote, devour Priam and Priam's sons and eat the Trojan army raw. Similarly, Hecabe, the mother of Hector, is so enraged at his death that she says she would sink her teeth into Achilles' liver and eat it raw. And Achilles, whose rage drives the Iliad, threatens to eat human flesh. When in his final battle with Hector, Hector begs him for mercy, Achilles responds and threatens to hack Hector's meat away and eat it raw. For the Greeks, this engagement with omophagi, the eating of raw flesh, threatens human civilization. It's a dangerous and unlimited rage. However, in the final scene of the Iliad, Achilles relents and accepts Priam's ransom for Hector's body. Achilles and Priam weep together. They eat together. And Achilles returns Hector's body to his father for honors and burial. As much as the Iliad is a story of rage, it is also a story of how Achilles steps back from the precipice and reestablishes human bonds. Born of a reaction to injustice, Achilles' rage, once it is controlled, offers the possibility of new bonds of humanity. There is, in other words, a rationality to rage, as Deirdre was just saying. The question of whether rage can lead to justice matters today, at this moment in our history, because rage is so prevalent in our politics. We live, as Pankaj Mishra argues, in an age of anger. Instead of experts, journalists, and civil servants who rationally produce an authoritative version of reality, we all agree upon a version of reality we all agree upon. Social media and algorithms designed to induce rage have elevated feeling, emotion, and anger and rage. Democracies are being transformed by the onslaught of viral memes that replace rational consensus with the power of feeling. For this reason, William Davies tells us we must take feelings like rage seriously as political issues. Should we, as Myisha Cherry argues, embrace rage in the struggle for justice? Or should we worry, as Frances Haugen does, that the algorithmically enhanced rage on social media is tearing us apart? And is there a way through technology, politics, or education to preserve our culture of reason against the onslaught of rage? Hannah Arendt did not know about social media, but she did experience what happens when rage overwhelms politics. While Arendt believed strongly that politics must be based on persuasion rather than violence, she was no pie-in-the-sky utopian. She took the politics of rage seriously. Writing about rage, Arendt argues that rage can be rational if and when it makes injustice visible in a way that leads to justice. She argues, however, that there are two reasons that rage will typically fail to lead to justice. First, the problem with rage in politics is that it is politically impotent, powerless. Most rage is not capable of achieving its end, since most of us are not semi-immortal heroes like Achilles. Rage in the face of inequality, racism, or oppression may indeed be motivated by a desire for justice. There is a demand on the part of the enraged to no longer endure their suffering, to be rid of inequality. The problem is that if enraged persons are not able to alleviate their suffering or rid themselves of injustice, rage can turn into despair. Faced with despair, enraged revolutionaries tend to shift their aim from alleviating suffering and doing justice to glorifying suffering as a guarantee of virtue. It became a mark of the French revolutionaries that it was a virtue to suffer. We see this today as the rage at injustice and suffering lead to an elevation of victimhood, where we celebrate those who suffer. To be a victim shows one's purity and goodness, and victimhood is a kind of virtue signaling. Many today would rather embrace their suffering as a mark of their purity than sully themselves through morally ambiguous political compromises that might actually do justice. The second reason that rage fails to do justice is because, as Arendt writes, rage most often enters politics not in response to injustice, but rather as a response to hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. Arendt's primary example of hypocrisy and how it fuels rage is the terror during the French Revolution. Robespierre and the revolutionaries began the revolution fighting for freedom. But as the revolution progressed, they came to embrace the cause of the French people, the suffering French people. But the revolutionaries were mostly educated, middle-class, bourgeois, and upper class. They embraced the poor, she says, not as poor people fighting for their justice, but out of compassion. Robespierre and his fellow revolutionaries knew that while they claimed to fight for equality, They were wedded to their privileges. Thus, progress towards justice was not only hard and impossible even, and so as a way of compensating for their impossibility of their claim for justice, they sought to prove themselves not by accomplishing justice, but by showing themselves to be more morally virtuous than others. And because they distrusted their own selves and saw themselves as hypocrites, they also sought out hypocrisy in others. They picked up on any backsliding, any hesitation, to attack as hypocrites those who spoke of social justice and equality, but secretly showed a lack of total commitment. Everybody became suspicious. The charge of hypocrisy is such that no one can escape it. We all have complicated and impure motives, so the demand for purity of mind sets an impossible standard. As Arendt writes, the demand that everybody display in public his or her innermost motivation, since it is actually a demand that is impossible to meet, transforms all actors into hypocrites. The moment the display of motives begins, hypocrisy begins to poison all human relations. Once Robespierre and the French revolutionaries equated virtue with the qualities of a pure heart, suddenly they saw intrigue and calumny, treachery and hypocrisy everywhere. The revolution began not to fight for the poor, but for the purity of virtue. And since, of course, no one is virtuous, it began to be a terror attack on everyone. Instead of aiming at the productive doing of justice, alleviating poverty and hunger, guaranteeing security and equality, the rage against hypocrisy leads to the destructive terror that enforces virtue. All those who seek to act in public come under the suspicion of hypocrisy and are subjected to terror and the guillotine. Arendt's reflections on hypocrisy, I think, are very relevant for today's politics of rage. Rage drives the Trump movement, for whom hypocrisy of elites, left elites and even some right-wing elites, is proof that government, universities, scientists, and civil servants are not the public servants and impartial experts they claim to be. The rage of the Trump voter is driven less by a claim of justice. It is unclear what actual interests the MAGA movement represents, than a resentful fury at hypocritical elites who would integrate public schools while sending their own children to elite private schools, defund the police while hiring private security guards for their homes and communities, and welcome undocumented workers and hire them to work in their homes without paying fair wage or health care benefits. What enrages these Trump voters is the sanctimony of elites who preach white fragility as they jet around the world in moneyed cocoons of light-thinking cosmopolitans listening to podcasts about social justice. Rage and hypocrisy is not only a phenomenon of the right. The enraged left, many of whom suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, play much the same game. The left is furious at those of us who dare to aim to solve problems of education by creating charter schools or teaching phonics because they violate abstract tenets of equality. Free speech advocates are elites who have the power to control speech. What enrages the left is often not the right, but those fellow travelers on the left who dare to express heterodox opinions or seek practical solutions. Above all, the left today is agog at Trump's hypocrisy, his ability to parade as a truth teller and advocate for the working man, while he lies like an addict and hosts those who kiss his feet at Mar-a-Lago resorts. Trump is a full-on hypocrite, rotten to the core. His hypocrisy is so blatant that it is almost a trap. Because Trump has no shame and embraces his hypocrisy, attacking him as a hypocrite has no power. Arendt asks the question, a question I think we all could learn from. Why is hypocrisy, historically considered a minor vice, suddenly the chief vice of our rage-infused modern politics? She traces the problem to Machiavelli's counsel, appear as you may wish to be, which she glosses to say that what Machiavelli really meant is, never mind how you are. This is of no relevance in the world and in politics. where only appearance, not true beings, count. Appear as you may wish to be. Machiavelli's advice is the counsel of the hypocrite. There is no true being. There is only lies and fabrication. That I am untrue to myself matters not at all, because there is no true self to which I might be true. Amongst hypocrites, the charge of corruption fails, because the whole world is corrupt. That is Trump's great insight. The real crime the hypocrite commits is to manifest the horrifying fact that not only is he rotten to the core, but so is the world rotten to the core. As Arendt writes, hypocrisy is the vice through which corruption becomes manifest. Hypocrisy is the vice through which corruption becomes manifest. The danger of hypocrisy and the reason it engenders such rage today is that it is the only vice that is impervious to the demand to act virtue, and it reminds us of our implication in our corruption. That's why we hate it so much. In a world that is fully rotten, we turn our rage from an impossible justice to the rage against hypocrisy, first out of despair, because actually making the world just is difficult, if not impossible. We transform our rage at injustice into our rage against hypocrisy, because exposing hypocrites is actually something we can accomplish. In exposing the hypocrite, we congratulate ourselves on our own virtue, even as we show the hollowness of all claims to virtue, including our own. This conference on rage and reason is born from the worry that our enraged politics today is so consumed with a rage against hypocrisy that not only will it divert us from the urgent needs of working for justice, but also it will tear down the last vestiges of our political institutions dedicated to a government by nonpartisan, rational, and public-minded citizens. As Arendt writes, to tear the mask of hypocrisy from the face of the enemy, to unmask the enemy and their devious machinations and manipulations that permit them to rule without using violent means, that is to provoke action, even at the risk of annihilation, so that the truth may come out. To provoke action even at the risk of annihilation. She says these are still among the strongest motives of today's violence on the campuses and in the streets, writing in the 1960s. While hypocrisy is undoubtedly a mark of corruption and a lack of integrity, the rage against hypocrites forgets that politics has always been practiced by imperfect people pursuing power and interests. If hypocrisy is the complement vice pays to virtue, it means that the hypocrite at least must give some lip service to being virtuous, and that actually keeps the ideal of virtue alive in the world. There is some rationality to hypocrisy and some goodness to it. At least the hypocrite says they need to try and be virtuous, and thus they must do some things virtuous. The rage against hypocrisy tears down all institutions and all those who would dare to engage the problem. It leads to cynicism and nihilism. And from out of hypocrisy arises a demagogue, a speaker for the people who attacks the corrupt and hypocritical political world, the man-made and artificial laws that are now seen as pale imitations of natural laws. The only thing the people now believe in is naked self-interest, free from hypocrisy. Yes, politics has always been about power, and truth has always had an uneasy relationship with politics. It was one thing when during the French Revolution, the revolutionary leaders tore each other apart looking for hypocrites. But today, amidst a social media landscape in which everyone has become a public actor, the terror has spread to the entirety of the population. We are all political. We are all hypocrites. And we are all in fear of being called a hypocrite. What can we do about this situation? How can we save our democracy and our public culture of reason and persuasion in the age of anger and rage? That is the question that I've asked the speakers who are going to join us over the next 2 days to address is, I think, a pressing question, and I'm very excited to hear their answers and your all engagements in it. We're going to start by welcoming our first panel. I want to welcome up as moderator Uday Mehta and Pankaj Mishra. Thank you very much, and enjoy the next 2 days.
I'm Uday Mehta. I want to start by thanking Roger Berkowitz and Bard College and the Hannah Arendt Center for putting together this annual conference. I can't think of how many of these conferences I've attended, must be 6 or 7. And they are, in a sense, the thing I look forward to as an academic more than anything else every year. And it is Roger's uncanny knack, uncanny skill to choose topics of enormous current vitality. I've known Roger for, 20 years. We both taught at Amherst College together. And it's something I've always admired about him. He's that kind of intellectual who has enormous breadth and intelligence, as you just saw. But what makes Roger special is he has this unfailing moral center. And I think that's why he puts together these fantastic conferences. So thank you, Roger. I recently was speaking to somebody that I was going to moderate this panel with Pankaj Mishra, and the person said, is it the same Pankaj Mishra who is this global intellectual? And I said, yes, it is. And the person said, he followed it up by saying, didn't he grow up in India? I said, yes, he did grow up in India. And I think what makes Pankaj so remarkable, among many other things, is that he grew up in India, and yet his stage is the world. And that is what I think makes him a true cosmopolitan. He is always speaking beyond the site of his growing up. He is, in the best sense of the word, a cosmopolitan. And I think that is evident in the range of his thinking and writing. He's written on the British Empire, he's written novels, he divides his time. You do still divide your time between India and in England. He's written essays on all sorts of important things. And he is, how should I put it? He is truly broadly educated. And he's written essays, novels, thoughtful books. So it's truly an honor to invite him to speak to all of us. I look forward to your questions and engagements with him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uday, for that incredibly generous introduction. And thank you also, Roger, for a very rousing opening speech. I have a terrible flu, I'm sorry to say. So if I abruptly collapse into a fit of coughing, apologies in advance. When I was looking at some of the literature that accompanied the invitation to this conference, there was a line I was particularly struck by. The Hannah Arendt Center responds to the undeniable fact that rage and emotions are increasingly a force in our political and cultural lives. I think if I were to reformulate this sentence, I would replace increasingly with visibly, because rage and emotions have always been a force in our political and cultural lives, and I think we probably be able to see them more clearly if we look at the potentially, and actually, sort of not just potentially, but generally volatile nature of politics in the non-Western world. Hannah Arendt did not really speak about that much, but I think it's actually, and for that reason, I think it's necessary to go beyond her work, to challenge some of the assumptions in it. And she's the kind of writer with whom disagreement is always extremely rich and rewarding. I should, definitely first of all mention, my debt to her. I never read her in any systematic way, never read her at university. But I came across her work, and I now can't remember in what context, in the late 90s. And then when I look back now at some of the things I published in the late 90s, early 2000s, I'm struck by the number of times I reference her or quote her, especially Origins. And I think this is because some of you might remember this was a time when a lot of media in Europe and America, the press, also the BBC, in the UK were carrying laudatory accounts of the British Empire and empire in general. We thought in India and many other places that the debate about empire had been settled. Far too many people in those countries, and indeed many English, British historians, writers, novelists, had defined it, definitively as a racist and predatory despotism. But suddenly in the early 2000s, there were a lot of people in the mainstream press. I've mentioned the BBC. There was a cover story in the New York Times magazine calling for an empire light. So empire became shockingly respectable again in a way that was truly unprecedented. And Hannah Arendt's writings came in very useful to me at that point, because I was publishing in Western periodicals, and obviously it's not enough to quote from anti-colonial or anti-imperial thinkers, and actually it's really surprising how few Western thinkers had dealt, maybe Uday will correct me on this, as systematically as she had with 19th century imperialism, and to connect 19th century imperialism with totalitarian practices in the 20th century. I think she was one of the first European Western thinkers to describe how the dehumanization of Africans helped create modes of thinking and action that eventually rendered a range of people, Jews, communists, gays, socialists, the disabled, as superfluous beings who can be disposed of in concentration camps. The second time, of course, she was very useful, and by that time she was being widely quoted. I remember in the mid-2000s, during the war in Iraq, Lying in Politics became a text for many of us in what was, again, an atmosphere of suffocating intellectual conformity. That whole line of some Bush apparatchik that we are an empire now, and we when we act, we create our own reality, and the rest of you are reduced to studying and analyzing the reality we create. That was when you read Hannah Arendt at the time, it was so extraordinarily resonant. The things she had seen in the problem solvers of Washington, D.C. in 1971, the deadly combination of the arrogance of power, the arrogance of mind, and utterly irrational confidence in the calculability of reality. But to read Arendt now, 14 years after the financial crisis, decade after Occupy, nearly a decade after Narendra Modi's election in India, 6 or 7 years after the twin explosions of Brexit and Trumpism, you're forced to confront some of the limitations of a thought, because what these political earthquakes have revealed is an enormous pent-up emotional energy, a kind of near simultaneous rise of demagoguery across the world, the weakening of ethical constraints everywhere under the pressure sometimes of public opinion. We've seen what used to be called Muslim rage. You'll remember this phrase from the 2000s. Something that used to be identified with mobs of brown-skinned men with long beards is suddenly manifest globally. You see it among saffron-robed Buddhist monks in Myanmar. You see that in among white nationalists in England and this country. Racism, misogyny on social media has uncovered what Nietzsche, speaking of the men of ressentiment, called a whole tremulous realm of subterranean revenge, inexhaustible and insatiable in outbursts. And again, it's Roger spoke a little bit about, but I think it can't be stressed enough just how extraordinary this situation is, because when you think about how religion, tradition have been steadily discarded since the late 18th century, universally in the hope that rationally self-interested individuals can form a liberal political community, which can define its shared laws, ensuring dignity, equal rights for each citizen, irrespective of ethnicity, race, religion, gender. But these basic premises of secular modernity, which we used to think are really threatened only, amongst Muslims or some other parts of the world, are now endangered by elected demagogues in the very heartlands of secular modernity. So again, in what ways does Hannah Arendt help us understand this? I think, one of the reasons why we might struggle to understand some of this with her concepts of the laboring, of thinking, collective action, all these particular notions that are very distinctive about her thought, is because her preoccupations were very different at the time when she was writing. Origins appeared, interestingly, just as decolonization, the second great revolutionary upheaval since the French Revolution, was getting underway. But it's interesting that Hannah Arendt was interested in 19th century imperialism, but she was not interested enough in decolonization. The problems of billions of people entering mass politics after the collapse of European empires, people full of strong, even extreme emotions of rage and resentment over their degradation, and I'll come back to this later in this talk, they were going to define the future. They are in fact defining the present today if we think for a second about the way Russia is behaving today, or the way China manifests its nationalist resentment of the West, the way this particular narrative of 100 years of humiliation by the West has become core to Chinese identity today. And this is all, in many ways, a consequence of what started to happen in the mid-20th century when Origins was published. There's actually a very good line from Irving Howe, one of Arendt's, I think, acute critics, who wrote in 1954, "The revolutionary impulse has been contaminated, corrupted, debased, demoralized, but the energy behind that revolutionary impulse remains. Now it bursts out in one part of the world, now in another. It cannot be suppressed entirely. Everywhere except in the United States, millions of human beings, certainly the majority of those with any degree of political articulateness, live for some kind of social change. These are the dominant energies of our time, and whoever gains control of them, whether in legitimate or distorted forms, will triumph." Hannah Arendt didn't really manifest much interest in the institutional forms the striving for social change or better economic conditions might take. For instance, what role will the state take in the project of developing and modernizing, large parts of the world? What will provide the basis for social cohesion in these new nation states? All these questions that a lot of people in the non-Western world were grappling with. Like many Cold War liberals, although Hannah Arendt was not one of them, she was more concerned to understand the unprecedented dangers that totalitarianism posed to what she saw as a Western tradition of democracy. So it was left largely to anti-colonial thinkers to probe the connections between capitalism, imperialism, fascism, totalitarianism. It was left to them to challenge claims of Western civilizational superiority and to mobilize widespread feelings of indignation and humiliation against colonial violence, and of course continued colonial violence even after decolonization. The one time Hannah Arendt was forced to confront the decolonizing world was in the 60s, when a lot of thinkers actually at that time were forced to confront it because of Vietnam, because of what happened there, because of the futility of the American effort there, and then of course the civil rights struggle in this country, the increasingly militant forms it took, and I think Hannah Arendt's response to that was a deeply conservative one, deploring violence in the third world, even though she did approve of it in other contexts. I think she could do, let's not be too critical of her, because at that time and even later, American, British thinkers, European thinkers felt no great need to grasp what was going on in different parts of the world, what would eventually shape the world. They had no idea. They could still work with ideas and concepts drawn from, the European past, from ancient Greece, from ancient Rome, and societies that didn't have that particular intellectual heritage could be judged, could be even dismissed as backward. But I think if you work exclusively with Roman or Neo-Roman American models, you're going to make it harder for yourself to understand non-Western societies. I think Hannah Arendt's account of the public sphere, her admiring descriptions of the American Revolution, it will be very hard if those are your bases to make sense of the cruelly hierarchical societies of Asia and Africa, for whom modernity was synonymous with the values of the French Revolution, which Arendt deplored, the values of liberty and equality. So I think the ideal of equality, the ideal of liberty, which Arendt slightly belittled as an aspect of the social question, is a moral and political sentiment, and it's important to emphasize the sentiment, that modernity unleashed with some uniquely destructive power, especially in materially deprived societies. And this is why I want to, talk a little bit about my experience of growing up in India. I'm glad Uday mentioned that, because in many ways that's been at the basis of much of my thinking about much else. I could never allow myself any illusions about the role of reason or reasoned deliberation in democratic society, because I always experienced political life as fundamentally unstable, even violent. But I should also say that I'm not a political theorist, or for that matter, a social scientist of any kind. I mean, I started out as a novelist, and I've tried to make sense of my own experience mostly through literature. In even the books that I've written that approach social science in some way, my main guides have been novelists and poets. And if I have any analytical framework or model, it's one that's built around individual dreams and desires and fantasies. And I think hatred, jealousy, resentment are not just moral categories. They reveal the human psyche in its fundamentally unstable relations with the external world. And moreover, these emotions are shaped in particular cultural, social contexts. And the range of them can vary enormously. Not just the fear of losing honor, dignity, status, which is a fear that grips many people today. The distrust of change, the appeal of stability, the lure of vanity, a fear of appearing vulnerable, and indeed the lure of identity conferred by backwardness. And the pleasures of victimhood. So a range of emotions have been very, very active in political life. And I think it's been really hard for me to understand a worldview where human beings are defined through their traits of rational egoism, where politics is seen as something, that impersonal elites, technocrats, experts devising hyper-rational schemes of progress conduct between themselves. And this is, again, because of this particular experience, and I want only to talk about a couple of them. One was actually my first political experience of going to university as an undergraduate in a city called Allahabad, in the most populous state in India, Uttar Pradesh. This is 40 years after India became free and democratic. And Allahabad used to be a city that used to produce some kind of ruling class for the country. Some of the big leaders of the anti-colonial movement came from there. The university there used to be called the Oxford of the East. And it was a place where a certain kind of elite consensus was manufactured. And this was the case for a very long time. Families, very Anglophilic, often educated in the UK at Oxbridge, coming back, if not going into politics, going to university, and really, forming part of a very dominant ruling class. By the time I got there, the place was in turmoil. And what had happened there was that a lot of people from nearby rural areas had started to arrive in the city. They wanted a proper education, and they were enrolled at the university. And the university was losing its elite character. And I think I should also mention the elite was predominantly upper caste, in addition to being upper class. And they were being challenged by the time I got there, challenged often violently. So they were banding together, the upper caste groups were banding together, the lower caste groups were coming together in their own kind of organizations or informal groups. And there was a lot of fighting, there was a lot of contest. The solidarity, identity, they were all constructed in each group around the identification of the other as the enemy. There were battles on university campus, pitched battles sometimes. And what united all these disparate groups, people, students from these particularly rural areas, was a profound loathing of the old metropolitan English-speaking elite. When Roger spoke about the sort of hatred of hypocrisy or hatred of the so-called liberal elites that unites large parts of the population here, I was thinking that was almost my sort of fundamental political experience, this sort of rage against an entitled elite that had monopolized for itself all the main opportunities of social and educational mobility and advancement. This, I should also say, this loathing of the elites has been most effectively weaponized by the current Hindu supremacist regime in India. So what I'm trying to say is that I experienced political life from the very beginning as an unstable and volatile contest of power between different groups, almost a kind of existential struggle in which emotions of fear and ressentiment are always dominant. Over time, those emotions have become more widespread and intense, and I think it's because of the global dissemination of the ideologies of individualism and meritocracy, very much American ideologies that have spread globally. And I think what the contradictions they have revealed is, that if there is formal social and political equality, such as there is in democracies like India, but if that formal social and political equality starts to coexist with massive differences in power, education, status, and property ownership, you're guaranteed to have, at some point or other, volcanic eruptions of rage, hatred, and malice. I could explain a little bit more, which is that the society that I grew up in India was still relatively isolated. It upheld a quasi-socialistic project of collective welfare, public ownership of goods. Individualism was very much frowned upon. But in the 1980s, all this started to happen, started to change dramatically. And the idea then was that equality and dignity and liberty were to be realized through individual initiative in free markets. So the idea of this society, or universal society of self-interested, rational, autonomous individuals became suddenly very dominant and was internalized by a very broad sort of Indians. And of course, there was a new common sense accompanying this notion. Issues of social justice, equality became secondary. The figure of the freely desiring, choosing, self-inventing individual became more important. And of course, in this conception, the individual was fully responsible for his failures as well as his triumphs. Historical injustices ceased to matter. The idea was the slumdog too could be a millionaire. And the individual's failure to escape the underclass was evidently due to his wrong choices in a competitive marketplace. So, all of these things which we've experienced in various parts of the world were particularly dramatic in India. And what happened simultaneously with it, especially in the last 10, 15 years, I'm sure some of the speakers will go more detail with this, but I do want to mention was the arrival of digital technologies, which obviously has enhanced the human tendency to constantly compare one's lives with the lives of the fortunate. And especially in the Indian context, women entering the workforce or being prominent in the public sphere, which has become a very common source of rage for men with siege mentalities. But the biggest, I think, change that has happened that's really altered public life in India is the arrival of the smartphone, which for hundreds of millions of people is their first simultaneous experience of a camera, computer, television, music player, video game, e-reader, the internet, all combined for the very first time. So a whole timeline of technological advances in the West, which took centuries, from the invention of letterpress to photography, radio, television, personal computer, the modem, all of that has been compressed into just a few years. And without the social political revolution that accompanied these technological leaps in the West, for instance, here, rising middle class that was empowered by the printing press began to crack open the exclusive world of a tiny literati. But in India, a much more drastic shift in class power has happened because, as Roger said, anyone with a smartphone possesses the means to express an opinion and disseminate it far and wide, not only bypassing the traditional elite of political representatives, technocrats and opinion makers in the media, but also confronting them. And I think, obviously, fake news, which has really completely reshaped politics in India, has transformed it, I think, decisively for the rest of our lifetimes, because of the sheer volumes of disinformation, which has such a misleadingly persuasive texture. It seems the same as information. And, the result is the weakening of analytical ability, the capacity to distinguish between the essential and the inessential, truth and untruth. And if you have a context where education is already, very poor, it's largely a con, and competition is fierce for even menial jobs, then conditions are ripe not for a revolution, but for a mass exodus into the smartphone screen. So, politicians who are very adept at it, such as the Indian Prime Minister Modi, benefits because politics has blended with entertainment. So campaign commercials, Modi sort of tributes to him, they flash forth from the same portable screen. So there has been also a great degree of depoliticization, it's in a depoliticized spirit that the like icon is clicked on Facebook or Instagram and Twitter. There's another aspect of the sociopathic behavior enabled by smartphones, which is the explosion of pornography. India is the third largest market for online pornography, much of it extremely violent. But I think the sort of addiction to fake news, images of sexual degradation, I think are mere symptoms of a deeper and manifold crisis in India, which is provoked by premature and rapid shift from linear text to screens, from critical thinking to passive consumption, and from writing to image making. I mean, if the social contract in democracies depends on a broadly shared vision of reality, then what's going to happen if systematically manufactured and manipulated images come to constitute a whole new alternate reality? Obviously, this question now is a big one, even in largely literate and secular societies in this part of the world. But it's particularly urgent in partially literate and intensely religious societies where myth and magic already have a strong grip on human imagination, and where habits of rational thinking are skin deep among many in even the country's best educated elites, even scientists. in many ways, the history of the West records how images of religion and myth came to be challenged by writing or rational thought or historical consciousness, scientific knowledge. In this role, in this account, reason plays the role of the iconoclast, shattering the rational power of religion and myth with its impersonal analytic tools. But in India, this march of progress had barely got going, and in fact has now been rapidly reversed because man-made myth transmitted through Facebook and WhatsApp, rather than objective reason, has emerged as a true iconoclast. So the smartphone also has helped amplify the fundamental emotion of our time, which I think is ressentiment. And which is true, that we all inhabit a world where elaborate theories and promises of individual freedom and empowerment have collided disastrously with a deep store of individual discontentment with the actually available degree of freedom. And I think this is the fundamental contradiction that we all grapple with today. And that is what has opened up this vast scope for ressentiment. As long as we were living in these post-colonial societies with projects of collective welfare, things could be controlled, managed to a certain point. But now living in a global society with its ideologies of endless freedom, endless liberty, and at the same time realizing that actually the means of realizing those fantasies are becoming extremely limited. This is what has sort of encouraged, stoked this existential resentment of other people's being, an intense mix of envy and sense of humiliation and powerlessness, and a kind of impotent hatred. And of course, a sort of fruitless pursuit of vanity, the desire to secure recognition from others, to be esteemed by them as much as one esteems oneself. Of course, the problem is that this kind of vanity is doomed to be perpetually unsatisfied because it's just too commonplace, it's too parasitic on fickle opinion. So it ends up nourishing dislike of one's own self while stoking a kind of impotent hatred of others. And it can quickly degenerate into an aggressive drive whereby individuals feel acknowledged only by being preferred over others and by rejoicing in their abjection. As Gore Vidal once put it, it's not enough to succeed, others must fail. A sentiment that's really truly gone global, and you see it manifest even in geopolitics today, certainly in the way Vladimir Putin is behaving. So ressentiment, poisoning civil society, undermining political liberty, is I think making for a global term to authoritarianism and particularly toxic forms of chauvinism. So really the question, if we agree with this, is why have we stuck to old explanations of political behavior that idealize political regimes in the West and have given an exaggerated role of reason exaggerated role to reason in social, political, and economic life? Why have we for so long and so studiously ignored the undeniable fact that in any given mass society, life chances are unevenly distributed? That there are permanent winners and losers. A minority dominates the majority, and the elites are prone to manipulate and deceive. Of course, many people here were forced by the terrorist attacks of 9/11 to reckon with conditions in the global South. The fact that political rage over inequality within and between nation states had simmered there for a long time, But at the same time, the atrocity looking back left largely undisturbed the vision in which a global economy built around free markets, competition, and rational individual choices would mitigate ethnic, religious differences and usher in worldwide prosperity and peace. And any obstacles to the spread of Western liberal modernity, such as Islamic fundamentalism, would be eventually eradicated. Of course, it turns out today that uprooted Muslim fanatics are relatively minor threats to liberalism and modernity. Fanatics and bigots have been empowered in the very heart of the modern West as a direct consequence of the most sustained experiment in individual self-interest and free marketeering. Roger has asked for solutions to this. I feel as someone who writes about this issue, I can only try and rephrase the question in a different way rather than provide or attempt to provide solutions. I feel that we cannot carry on in the old way, of course, define the crisis of democracy globally through the reassuring dualisms of the past, whether it's liberalism versus authoritarianism, Islam versus modernity, or even reason versus rage. I think it may be more rewarding to think of democracy itself as a profoundly fraught emotional and social condition. Something that has been aggravated by the triumph of the ideologies of individualism and has now become universally unstable. If we do this, I think it will at least allow us to examine political rage across different regimes and classes today, and maybe also understand just why it has become so politically consequential and toxic. But for that, of course, we will have to tear ourselves away from our devotion to the canonical texts and figures of Western thought and look more closely at the experiences of non-Western societies. I'm going to end with actually one of my favorite sentences in Hannah Arendt's work, which supports this sentiment. It begins, "If the solidarity of mankind is to be based on something more solid than the justified fear of man's demonic capabilities, if the new universal neighborship of all countries is to result in something more promising than a tremendous increase in mutual hatred and a somewhat universal irritability of everybody against everybody else, then a process of mutual understanding and progressing self-clarification on a gigantic scale must take place." Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj. Can you people hear me? Can you hear me now? So, Pankaj, thank you for that very thoughtful lecture. I want to start by asking you, at various points in your lecture, you invoked this idea of the bankruptcy of, let's just call it, Western ways of looking at this. Whatever we're talking about, the basis. Are there alternative, for the time being, non-Western thinkers who you think deal with this in a different way?
I'm speaking to one of them. Well, I think, I wouldn't say bankruptcy. I would say inadequacy. Because obviously that tradition is enormously rich and incredibly useful in understanding, certain political traditions, philosophical traditions here. But it's only when they turn into kind of self-sufficient totalities, like, even Hannah Arendt's invocation of the Western tradition, when in fact there are several Western traditions. And I think this is, partly a function of the, partly a consequence of the Cold War, and, also the assertion of non-Western peoples and societies and their politicization. There's certain genealogies, certain intellectual genealogies of the West were constructed. And I think it became harder and harder to see how those particular traditions and particular systems of thought could help us understand, the non-Western experience. But, I think to answer your question, I feel like we're only in the first phase, or it's only started 10, 20 years ago, where people inspired by, some of the sort of foundational texts of this kind of thinking, such as Liberalism and Empire, your book, who are now, starting to both question the dominance, the hegemony of this particular Western tradition, and also, offering alternative modes of thinking about this. The problem is, and you will come up against right away, is that so much of that thought has not been systematized. It doesn't quite come with the same set of academic, intellectual protocols. It doesn't quite exist in the same way that whole Western political tradition exists in entire libraries. You have to go sometimes to politicians. You have to go to a figure like Gandhi sometimes to understand that. Now, nobody would claim that Gandhi was an academic or that he wrote for a specialist audience. He was very much an activist who came up with all kinds of original ideas in the course of his political life. But that he would one day also be seen as a political thinker, that has really only happened in the last 2 or 3 decades. And there are other discoveries to be made in Chinese political thought and elsewhere, where we begin to understand the intellectual genealogies of these particular countries, their traditions of statecraft, their modes of understanding international relations, for instance, what were China's relationships with its neighbors. All of this, it's still in the process of being discovered by modern scholarship, and of course, being systematized and presented in a way that is acceptable within academia.
I was hoping you would mention Gandhi because I think he is very relevant to this discussion. One is because he doesn't privilege reason. I think he doesn't privilege reason, and instead, I think, he privileges things like courage or patience. And as Roger was talking to me about this conference, I kept thinking, I wish there was some kind of Gandhian who could participate in this, because he or she might be the relevant contrast to this rage, etc. So thank you for mentioning.
No, absolutely. Let me also just mention, I think I was thinking of Gandhi, in fact, while I was speaking, in the context of Hannah Arendt's suspicion of imperialism as really laying the ground for totalitarianism. And Gandhi is very explicit about this, saying that fascism is essentially the twin brother of Western imperialism. And Nehru says something similar. A lot of anti-colonial thinkers are saying this at least 2 decades before Arendt wrote her. I mean, we have to give her credit for actually making those connections. But the other thing that brings the two together is their shared suspicion of the Hegelian historicist tradition, where Gandhi had no trust in history as providing any kind of guidelines for the present or indeed for the future.
Are there questions from the audience?
I really liked your speech and how you unpacked the problems in our modern world, but I would like to know what you propose, because it seems to me that the brain, our brain, human brain, has not evolved more or even to catch up with our modern way of communication that makes it possible to be not personal, to make it so easy to be, as Roger said, facetious or you say lies and it doesn't even get anywhere. So how do we get out of it if we don't understand how our brains work? Meaning that if we have any kind of fear, and that means whether we are politically way up there or not, how can we get to the knowledge that, no, we're all connected. And we think we're connected by our social media, but we aren't really. I think our human connectedness is inhibited by social media because we can get away with not being personal. So what are we going to do about it?
I honestly have no clear answers to that. I do think that a politics that recognizes the role of emotions in both private and public life assumes them to be central. And when you think about it, the success of demagogues, I mean, people like Trump or Modi or Bolsonaro, has really been based upon a politics of emotion, of extreme emotion. And their opponents have struggled to come up with a convincing response to that, because I think they're too trapped, too beholden to their faith in reason and rational deliberation, and that what I find they seem to find it difficult to understand is that the reliance on reason creates a certain kind of hierarchy which will eventually be resented. I mean, this started already in the late 18th century or the early 19th century when people were talking about the role of reason. They were already saying that a lot of people out there who are not capable of reason. The Enlightenment valorization of reason came with this, proviso that there are a lot of people who are just completely immune to reason. I think we haven't really tried a politics of emotion that is not aimed at stoking anger and malice and hatred, but aimed at encouraging the values that you just mentioned of compassion or solidarity or the feeling of inhabiting an interdependent world.
Can I jump in here and ask you, there are, after all, different conceptions of reason. Is that relevant here?
Yes, I think obviously in the Buddhist tradition, reason has a great place, but it's not instrumental reason. It's a reason that is not, in a way, being used for specific purpose. It's a reason allied to the facts of interdependence, of human interdependence, and again, sort of aimed at encouraging, feelings of solidarity and sympathy and compassion. The problem with objectifying reason and setting it above all the other emotions, thinking of reason as a way to understand the world, to master it, in a way, it's this is when it starts to become problematic. Obviously, people have blamed reason for all kinds of things, but not without good reason. I mean, people have connected reason to the concentration camps. Yeah. Those are also the extreme manifestations of a certain kind of instrumental reason. And I think it is because reason has become so detached from, or is seen as something too detached from emotions, or even opposed to it.
Hello. Thank you for the lecture. It was excellent. In your talk, hello, over here. In your talk, you were talking about the influences of individualism in world history, and especially in the interaction of India coming to terms with Western whatevers. My question for you is, could you put into words your differentiation of that trend of individualism and the individualism that you talked about at the beginning of your talk, which was this kind of, you called it poetic ethics or that kind of thing, the basing your morality off of an individual's dreams?
Yes,
Thank you.
That contrast, I just remember it was very striking to me. I mean, I remember that moment, and it was very rapid, very dramatic, that transition from inhabiting a society that was largely defined by collective aspirations, and the collectivity was dominant. The family was important, the community was important, the political group that you belong to was important. And this idea that you have some unique self within yourself to express, to bring out, which is, a very commonplace idea here, was received by many of us as a novelty. And it's through that individual self-expression that you become fully modern and you come to inhabit the modern world as a proper citizen. We'd constructed thought of modernity quite differently. So this was a great and disorientating revelation for many of us, and also for many, a deeply corrupting one. Because what it led to was, obviously, some people who were already privileged, materially privileged, to embrace these new opportunities of self-advancement, of self-expression. They took those opportunities. At the same time, they started to undermine or attack these older traditions, political traditions. Like someone like Gandhi was widely mocked, like, this guy has nothing to teach us. What he was basically teaching us was poverty. Do you all want to be collectively poor, or at least work towards a society where some people get rich first and then money trickles down? So all this stuff, trickle down, Reaganite, Thatcherite versions of individualism, this sort of broad assumption that Thatcher articulated, there is no such thing as society, or versions of that started to arrive in India. And they had a revolutionary impact, not just in India. China's, another place which started to receive these ideologies in the 1990s, and that really completely challenged older ethical systems, older worldviews, and while displacing them, really left nothing in place apart from these very ruthless, immoral, ideologies of individual striving, achievement. Someone like V.S. Naipaul, became a very central figure in all this, because he generalized his own life experience of coming out of nowhere and becoming a successful and famous writer. And he was very influential in India in the 90s and 2000s with this sort of notion of the famous lines from A Bend in the River: "The world is what it is. Those who are nothing, who allow themselves to become nothing, have no place in it." So this sort of bleak vision of the world became mainstream, and that was really a huge shift. And in that context, that's what I was trying to say. When you realize that the opportunities for self-expression or individual advancement are so limited and only really reserved for a small number of people in a very hierarchical society, then the possibilities of ressentiment, the possibilities of a demagogue exploiting those widespread feelings of ressentiment are going to be greater. And that's precisely what happened in India.
So it seems to me that we're talking about rage, which comes from the individual. And we're talking about reason, which to me sort of sounds like value judgment. What reason is reasonable? Who gets to decide what reason is reasonable? So it seems to me that the two issues that we're talking about, and while we're focusing on social media, I think establish a system that we have that can't be changed, right? We're living, whether it's in, quote, democratic Western world societies or even in some autocratic societies, in republics. It's representative government, whether it's autocratic or democratic or somewhere in between. And I think the problem is that when you have representative government, the individual's emotions cannot be addressed in any way other than rage. So therefore, what we have to do is rethink our systems. And it's been impossible since the French Revolution to effectively have a system that is political and not representative until now. And we now have an opportunity to change that. And so the first thing I think we have, and I'll get to my point in a second, but the first thing I think we have to ask ourselves is, what is it that we want to change? Is it that we want to have an elite group of academics decide what reason is and somehow disperse it into the world through teaching our students, which will only continue to result in what we have today, but in a different style? Or do we change the system? And so I suggest that as blockchain becomes more and more useful, that we scrap the whole idea of republics. The question we're going to have to ask, is it a globally? Is it a global world? Is it a geographically political world where we have countries that have their own borders and their own homogeneous societies, except the United States, which is not a homogeneous society? But once we decide that, or the world decides that, what if we just gave everyone a token that they could elect to vote on any issue from their home, from their computer, from their smartphone, and we don't have a representative form of government? Now, I'm not sure what this looks like. I'm not sure how we deal with it, and we do need to have some people, unfortunately, make certain decisions about values, like what are the 20 commandments of things that you can't vote against, right? You can't vote against killing people. You can't vote against some other things that we decide. But if everyone has a chance to voice their opinion, then there won't be rage, or there shouldn't be rage, unless someone comes in to undermine their ability to express their emotions through a direct democratic vote, not through Republican form of government. That's what I have to suggest.
Pankaj, when you were answering that person's question, it occurred to me there is this line from Gramsci where he says, the old is not dead, the new is not born, And in the interregnum, there arise a lot of morbid symptoms. And I've often been struck by that. And in the context of this conference, I'm wondering, are we in some interregnum? And is rage one of those morbid symptoms?
I think it's the intensity of that rage, the destructive consequences it has already had, is definitely forcing us to do a lot of rethinking of the kind the gentleman over there suggested, because almost everything is up for grabs. Yeah. Everything is up for revision. And this is, again, an unprecedented situation. I mean, we are looking at nothing less than a certain kind of endgame for modernity, for secular modernity. What takes its place? What kind of political institutions? What kind of economic policies we can adopt in order to not accelerate the destruction of the planet, first of all. It's all really, in a way, we are tasked to think through all these problems. So, I mean, in a way, the conference, perhaps, you know, maybe the last few conferences have always also revolved around this theme, but I can't think of a moment of greater urgency, intellectual urgency, than the one right now, because just about everything that we grew up with, everything we took for granted, everything we assumed to be true and enduring has started to fade away or started to collapse, and we're not quite sure what will take its place.
Hi, I have a question. I'm asking because when in your talk, when you talk about the place of reason, it made me think. I've been in and out of the Army since '72, so I served during Vietnam. I was on the border, east-west border during the Cold War. I was a tank commander in the '70s, and then I went to Iraq in 2009 and 10 with an aviation unit. And, you know, looking back on it, we had been without a land war in Europe until this year, but we've been at war since World War II in different places. And it seems like rage has an awful lot more place in global affairs recently, even since World War II. And is there any way to get reason a better place than it has right now, with Russian tanks and missiles falling or attacking Ukraine?
Actually, I don't know whether rage is really the. I mean, I'm sure it's there. But actually, one of Hannah Arendt's ideas is quite useful in understanding Putin's maneuvers. I think the idea of image making, where you don't actually have a very clearly defined military objective, but you go to war as the Lyndon Johnson administration did in the 1960s, to project an image of yourself as universally potent and respected, and someone, an entity that ought to be respected if it is not, and you're going to bomb the hell out of some country in order to project that image. So the lack of, clear objectives, or sometimes what look like ever-shifting objectives in Ukraine, indicate that what really is foremost on his mind is the desire to project an image of Russia, or of Russian potency, and that can be impressed upon Russia's immediate neighbors. Rather than rage itself, I think that particular notion, that particular fantasy, of impressing your neighbors, impressing a particular country with a spectacular display of force has failed. And the more it fails, the more desperate you get. The more desperate you get to in your sort of image-making project. So you seek more and more extreme. You look out for more and more extreme things to do, and that's also what is happening, and that's also what happened in Vietnam and then the bombing of Cambodia.
Related to this question, I don't think that rage was an important part of the Second World War. There was anger, there was a sense of tragedy, but I don't think it was rage. Rage typically doesn't have a clear object. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So I would like to ask a question about gender. In your book and in your talk today, you mentioned males resentful against women working. And I'm wondering, in the traditional Indian society before individualism, was there a community where sexuality could be expressed without domination? Or is that just an essential form of domination in human societies?
Well, there wasn't really. I mean, obviously, different situation amongst pre-modern peoples or indigenous societies where you would find surprising amounts of gender equality, but not in the modernizing sectors of the population, not in the urban. The situation wasn't good at all for women in the sort of, let's say, the decades before the 1980s or when the big changes started to happen. Women were confined largely, to their homes, to the kitchens most specifically. And in fact, the revolution of individualism in India has been, and this is the interesting thing about it, it has actually benefited a great number of women in the country. It's allowed them to venture out of their confinements and become actors, political actors, work, join offices, industry, services. Many more women have emerged in the public sphere. But obviously this is seen as a great threat by men who had monopolized these positions in the past and really do resent the presence of women in the public sphere. And that explains a lot of the horrific violence that periodically erupts against women in India. So I think this, all the disadvantages of ruthless ideologies of individualism in places like India have to be balanced by also recounting some of the benefits it has brought to large part of the Indian population, and also not just women, also people from different classes, some of whom were able to actually cut through cruel hierarchies and find a place for themselves in the larger world. So it's been hugely beneficial for them. I would count myself as one of the beneficiaries of that, very much so.
Hello. So my question is based off of like the political issues that we have now. Can you define rage and reason just because of, you know, the people that we have in control of our government now might not have the same mental process as people back then, meaning, you know, why we have laws changing now and why, you know, things around our environment are evolving and why we have, you know, for example, Black Lives Matter and all of the marches that we have compared to how they were back then.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Black Lives Matter and, you know, part of a continuum of social movements, political movements around the world which have emphasized historical injustices or structural injustices have been very useful in kind of breaking away from these older paradigms of thought. One of the problems with enshrining reason at the center of political life was, I think, the illusion that was generated that a lot of these problems from the past had been settled, that the dominance of reason itself, or instrumental reason, was evidence of that. The eruption of deep-rooted, long-simmering historical anger over inequality, over racism, has, you know, really unsettled those old paradigms. And one reason why, you know, people meet those demands for justice today with unhinged accusations of wokeness and so on and so forth. Because for this ruling class, which had claimed to have reason working on its side, or had armed itself with reason, this is something too disconcerting. This kind of emotion is too challenging. And I think they really cannot really deal with it apart from, you know, trying to delegitimize it in some way or other. So it has been, I mean, I think it has been tremendously useful. And I think, you know, for thinkers also to look at the role of extreme emotion amongst human populations that have been historically disadvantaged.
Perhaps one final question from the live stream. So the question is, can you say more about formal equality versus material inequality as a source of rage and perhaps the charge of hypocrisy? Is it possible for elites to feel ressentiment?
By formal equality, I mean, you know, just as in a place like India, one man, one vote, that establishes a certain kind of, you know, formal equality, that the rich person's vote is as good as mine if I'm a poor person. But if that kind of formal equality is mocked by extreme modes of material inequality, then it starts to make nonsense of the formal equality. And at some point, the contradiction will become a source of anger and disaffection in that society. And especially in a context where equality is to be pursued through these newfangled means of individual entrepreneurship, free markets. This, you know, how do you become equal? By becoming richer and joining the rich. So if this is the way you're going to pursue it, and then you find that the means for that pursuit are lacking, that will end up creating or deepening, you know, this reservoir of ressentiment, which would have been, you know, smaller in the past, when you didn't have all these other modes of thinking and action, and, you know, society was still defined largely by collective aspirations or collective demands and needs.
Uday.
Okay. So let's conclude this session and thank Pankaj Mishra for very, very thoughtful comments.
So
So thank you, Pankaj, and thank you, Uday. This was great. I hope you agree we're off to a great start. We have a break now, and then we return promptly at 12:15 for the Case for Rage, Why Anger is Essential to Anti-Racist Struggle by Myisha Cherry. So we'll see you outside. Enjoy the break, and we'll see you at 12:15.
I need to go to the restroom.
What was your question?
Before I go.
No, I think we're good. I mean,
Oh, there's a... Hi, hello, hi everyone. Thank you all for coming, and I also like to thank the Hannah Arendt Center, Roger Berkowitz, Jana Schmidt, Christine Gonzalez-Stanton for putting together this conference. My name is Lucas Pinheiro, and I'm Assistant Professor of Politics here at Bard. And I'm filling in for Thomas Chatterton-Williams, who couldn't be here today, but he'll be at the conference tomorrow. I'm actually delighted by this turn of events because it allows me to have the opportunity to have this conversation with our speaker for the session, Myisha Cherry, who is Assistant Professor of Philosophy at the University of California, Riverside, and works at the intersection of moral psychology and social and political philosophy, in particular on the role emotions and attitudes play in public life. The topic of our conversation today is her fascinating new book, The Case for Rage: Why Anger is Essential to Anti-Racist Struggle, published by Oxford University Press last year, and which I highly recommend everyone to buy and read and cite and teach. It's a great book. So Myisha and I will begin the conversation before opening up to a Q&A with the audience for the remainder 25 minutes of the session. So Myisha, thank you for being here and for giving us all the opportunity to learn from and engage with your work. I want to begin by saying a few words about what I found to be some of the central takeaways from The Case for Rage, and follow up with a few questions to get our conversation started. So among the book's many interpretive and critical achievements, I want to highlight the way in which its careful rehabilitation of rage as a tool for racial justice also serves to revive and foreground anti-racist rage as an important, yet at times neglected dimension of the Black radical tradition, from critiques and acts of resistance against racial slavery and Jim Crow to the ongoing struggles against racism today. Contrary to most dominant renderings of anger as negative, destructive, and vengeful, the book convincingly unveils the transformative, productive, and positive actions that can arise from the feeling of being enraged by racism. As you argue throughout the book, the articulation of rage you endorse here is a specific subset of anger, one that differs fundamentally from negative strains of anger such as ressentiment, rogue, wipe, and narcissistic rage. This is instead an anti-racist form of rage that, drawing on the work of Audre Lorde, you dub Lordian rage. Lordian rage, as I understand it from your account, is distinct from other expressions of anger insofar as it is a response to racism whose aim is not only to confront racial injustice, but to create a racially just world. In this sense, we might read it as a project that strives for the positive transcendence of racial justice, to borrow from Marx. Importantly, Lordian rage is informed by a collective rather than atomized perspective of freedom, in which no one is free until we all are free. Additionally, Lordian rage also provides the necessary fuel for this form of positive and constructive anti-racist action by inciting the necessary eagerness to confront one's object of rage and achieve one's goal, as well as the requisite self-belief and optimism that this goal is attainable, even in the face of seemingly unsurmountable adversity and risk. In 163 pages, the book convincingly dispels and corrects some of the most widely accepted misinterpretations of rage while fine-tuning and developing those that get closer to the Lordian mark, from Aristotle and Joseph Butler to W.B. Du Bois, Martin Luther King Jr., James Baldwin, and curiously, the character Debbie Downer from a recurring Saturday Night Live skit of the early 2000s. As a result, we are left with a useful and transformative political tool for confronting racial injustice. That is, Lordian rage is not only inclusive, action-oriented, and aimed at radical change, it is also compatible with feelings and practices that are routinely seen as the polar opposites of rage, including care, compassion, empathy, and love. In all this, the book's case for the efficacy of rage in anti-racist struggle is as compelling as it is timely. So my first question is about the place of destruction in the productive and positive goals of Lordian rage, if there is one. One could say that even in a constructive project such as the one you outline here, perhaps some form of destruction is not only desirable, but necessary. That is, dismantling white supremacy and abolishing racial hierarchies, as well as the discourses, rules, ideologies, practices, and institutions that sustain racism should be part of the goal to create a racially just world, even if that destruction takes the form of replacing racist institutions with just ones or recreating them from scratch so they might yield more just outcomes. At the same time, such acts of destruction may at first seem to be in conflict with the positive outcomes to which Lordian rage aspires. So if Lordian rage is a means to the broader end of racial justice, what might be the role of destruction, if any, in this positive project? I ask this because I'm particularly convinced by your argument in Chapter 3 that the goal of Lordian rage is neither to make rage look nice or feel good, nor is it to persuade the powerful accomplices of racism to abide by anti-racist demands. This makes me wonder whether the abolition of racist institutions, such as the prison industrial complex, for instance, might be compatible with the positive goals of Lordian rage in a way that, as you put it in Chapter 6, is not the case for the LA riots of '92 and the Baltimore uprising of 2015. In short, can Lordian rage accommodate forms of destruction that incite or lead to its anti-racist goals? Or is destruction itself an inherent symptom of misdirected anger, of nihilism, of Lordian rage gone rogue and in need of anger management? I have other questions, but now I will join Myisha over there, and we'll continue this there.
Thank you so much, Lucas. Thank you so much, Lucas. And I'm glad you left it at that, because I was thinking, does he know how old I am? It's no way in the world that I can retain both of those questions and then answer them. So thanks for the question. Also, your first question, immediately gets me in trouble, but I think it's important to kind of talk about this. So the question being that is kind of destruction baked into the constructive rage that I talk about, or is it the antithesis? And let's go to Audre Lorde for that. So one of the things that she talks about is that the anger at racism that she motivates in her famous essay, The Uses of Anger. She talks about that it's directed towards change. And immediately when she defines that word, I guess with the assumption that people would think that change is like this thing that naturally happens and everybody's happy, she immediately says that change should be defined as a radical alteration of our world, right? Not a neat one, not a cute one, but a radical alteration of our world. And so when I think about an alteration being radical in the sense that Audre Lorde talked about, that's destruction, right? That's the kind of destruction. And it's interesting when we think about the Black radical tradition and we think about kind of the work of Martin Luther King, which seems to be kind of like the exemplar of how revolutionary justice should go. I mean, he engaged in a radical alteration of our world. And the methods and the movements that he engaged in, and which he was accused of during his time, was destroying Jim Crow, right? So I think that if you are invested in making a racist world into an anti-racist one, and for the emphasis of our discussion today, we're talking about anger. Construction is a cute way to say it, right? Because we are building something up. But as we know, if you're into construction, I just bought a new home that was newly constructed. That is not a flex. But in order for that to occur, something had to be destroyed first, right? That's a prerequisite to the construction process. And so there's no doubt that I do argue that anger is constructive, that it can be constructive to certain kinds of aims, certain kinds of goals. But those goals within themselves has the presumption that a destruction is occurring as a result. So I don't see it as an antithesis, as incompatible. It's baked into that. It's baked into that.
I guess a follow-up to this would be the question of violence, right?
See, you want to get me in trouble.
No, I mean, like these are the
yes.
The topics that the book invites further reflection, and especially because there are the critical tools in the book to make interpretive inroads into acts of violence, perhaps that are routinely figured in a certain way as race riots and so on. And there is in political theory at least like a surge of rehabilitations, reinterpretations of violence as a virtuous, redemptive, and democratic ideal rather than something that is counterproductive and so on. And here I wonder this because is there, could we find in Lordian rage, and I say that you're very careful and rigorous to cordon off especially in your reading of King in chapter 4, right? And so I'm glad you bring this up. But is there, right, like a possibility? Would you be willing to allow, and under what circumstances, violence that would be that would conform and advance the aims and goals of Lordian rage as a tool for anti-racist struggle? And one thing to add is like what you say at what you call the racial rules, right? I'm thinking about that as well, right? Because there is in the idea of violence in this case the position of illegality, and not only breaking racial rules but also breaking racial laws as well.
Right, this is good. So one of the things that I was concerned of when writing the book, and this is one of the things that I'm always concerned of when I'm giving a talk about anger, is that people immediately want to ask the violent question. And I understand that. A lot of the accusations against anger, a lot of the criticisms about anger, and the reason why people think that it doesn't have a place in politics and political life is because of kind of this destructive, counterproductive to liberal aims and deliberation and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so immediately they discount it. It's retributive. It aims for humiliation, right? So all of that baggage comes with it. And so what I wanted to do, I guess the spirit of my argument and what is the spirit of the book, is I want to disentangle. I really want to take your mind, and hopefully by the end of the book, you're not making violence synonymous with anger. Right? That's one of the goals of the book, one of the things that I want to do. Now, the drawback of that is that I don't talk about violence as much, because what I'm trying to get you all to do is not to think that they are always the same, right? And I can make claims and suggest that fear is also, entangled with violence in ways in which we don't talk about, anxiety, et cetera, et cetera. So I wanted to disentangle that. So that's one of the reasons why I don't make explicit arguments in that particular regard. But your note in the introduction, one of the things that I do say is, although I don't focus on violence and rage, it's not to say that I don't think that they could be compatible. And so I'm very much influenced by the theorist Candace Delmas, who came out with a book a couple of years ago on civil disobedience, or uncivil disobedience, in which she defends and justifies violence in very different ways to kind of bring about aims of justice. And I'm persuaded there are certain instances and certain contexts in which violence is an apt response to injustice. And if one is angry in that particular context, one might say that them hooking up together to bring about those aims are indeed justified. But it's contextual. It's contextual. There's no doubt that I think the Haitian Revolution, anger and violence, definitely compatible. And we can think about a lot of historical moments and even present-day moments in which it will indeed be justified. It will be in line with the Lordian rage that I'm particularly talking about. But in some ways, I want to say that's the easy argument to make. The difficult thing is to get your minds to disentangle, automatically disentangle the two. And that's what I'm trying to do. And I think that's important if I'm going to make a case for it to do just that. But it's not to say that there may come a particular context in which anger hooks up with violence to bring about particular aims, and that would be justified. And of course, there's a lot of stereotypes embedded in that I'm trying to disentangle as well. Particularly, we're talking about anti-racist struggle, and we're talking about black folk, and we already have these stereotypes of black folks being the criminal, being beasts, who can't do anything rational, whose aims are always unproductive. I'm also trying to disentangle our minds from those stereotypes as well.
And I'll add that in my view, you succeed at disentangling that, and that's part of why. The perspective from which I'm asking is more of, the one that you're talking about, Haiti, but also Maroons in the Americas and so forth.
Okay, and then here's a contemporary. I mean, you mentioned the racial rules. Right. And so for those who have no idea what we're talking about, one of the cases that I make in regard to this anti-racist anger is not only is it kind of productive, and they ascribe value to lives, but I also say that it breaks racial rules in society. And if you want more details about that, you can pick up the book. But one of those racial rules is that thou shalt not have a right to white male anger, right? So if you're a racialized body, you can't be angry. You can express that anger. If you are a white man, the Kavanaughs of the world, you can indeed express anger. We expect for you to express anger. And the reason why we think that you can express anger, because there's a connection between value, respect, and anger, right? So if you think that you're valuable, that you would think that you have claims to respect. And if you're ever disrespected, we would think that you're justified in being angry. But if we live in a society in which you do not have value, then we would think that when you are even being disrespected, you have no claims to respect. And we will be confused when you get angry. So there's an encounter that I mentioned in the book with Officer Darren Wilson. He's describing his encounter with Mike Brown, right? Unarmed Mike Brown. And he basically says, he's describing the moment in which he's shooting Mike Brown. He's describing Michael Brown's reaction. And he says, he looked up at me as if he was possessed, as if he was a demon. And then he says, as if it was making him mad that I was shooting him. Right? Those are his exact words, right? So you have in this moment where this individual, this racialized body, is indeed being angry. One might even say that if you're being shot at, you're trying to get to the man who's shooting you so that you can stop. So one might say that that's a response, as a kind of violent activity. But in that moment, he has no right. He has no right to that, right? Darren Wilson has the right to defend himself, to ascribe value, to be angry in that particular moment. But there's confusion about Michael Brown's life. And so what I'm suggesting there is that not only, and I don't think I explicitly say this in the book, that not only is Michael Brown resisting racial rules, right? He's simply saying that, yes, I may be poor, I may be black, but I'm not happy that I'm being shot at, right? So his expression of anger in that moment is to say that I am worthy in this particular moment. But one might even say going towards the officer and trying to defend his life in that particular moment is compatible with the Lordian rage that I'm talking about, and which people still to this day remain confused about.
So one question that I'll end on and open it up to the Q&A is more related to the redemptive sort of reparative dimensions of Lordian rage, or at least what I interpret as something of that kind, right? One of the things that I found so fruitful about your argument is that Lordian rage carries this reparative dimension that seems to be independent of whether its goals are achieved at a mass scale or at an institutional level, right? It's, what I'm trying to get at is like the work that Lordian rage performs on individuals, right, who experience it, seems to be very productively not contingent on standard metrics of success, but on the process of resisting racial domination as a kind of quotidian practice and orientation as well, right? And in this way, Lordian rage is, as you say, inclusive and accessible, right? It's not the Aristotelian sort of version of, it's of a noble sort of rage or anger. And I think that it's as much about sort of like breaking the cognitive, affective, and behavioral aspects of racial rules and doctrines as it is about resisting its institutional policies and legal frameworks, as you put it on chapter 4. And because I think this is, a transformative and very unique feature that you bring out of Lordian Rage, I want to ask you whether you see this as a necessary precondition for collective action in the form of mass protests and modes of organizing that target racial injustice at a structural and institutional level. Are the goals of Lordian Rage attainable at either one of these levels on their own, or not at all? They are only a result of resistance happening in both of these spheres, collective and individual.
Yeah, so one of the things that I'm convinced of, and I didn't make this argument, but just the tradition itself, is the notion that when it comes to liberation, when it comes to struggle, that you're not only trying to get your claims to rights. The way that oppression works, it's also one is trying to reclaim one's mind, one's soul, one's psychology. And so if that's the case, then when I think about resistance, I don't merely look at resistance as trying to get certain kind of politicians to create policies and to create laws. And if freedom was all that is, then we will be in chains in more ways than one, right? So I think that freedom is more than that, right? I think that even if one is still in chains, and we have our ancestors to attest to this, then one can still be free in their mind because they have not accepted their position, right, and have not accepted their state. And so when I'm thinking about kind of why anger is essential to anti-racist struggle, it's easy to think that anger is only useful when we have these political moments like a Black Lives Matter, when the news is paying attention on you, when you're going to the protests. And I want to say it does indeed have its uses in that particular regard. But when there's no longer any TV screens and people think that, anti-racist action is not taking place because there's no police violence happening on a screen, I want to say that resistance is still occurring and Lordian Rage is still present. And so in making my argument, I basically says, yes, Lordian Rage is productive to us to achieve these political aims. But there's another kind of work in very different spheres that Lordian Rage is doing, right? And that's why in the chapter 2, in which I'm really making my first argument, is I basically says that one of the things that Lordian Rage does, it ascribes values to lives, right? It basically says that your life matters, that the person who's being oppressed, the person who's being demonized, the person who's a recipient or a victim to injustice, the larger society may not think that their life matter, but me in response, an effective response to their oppression is anger, and that's simply saying that their life matters. Right? This doesn't require that any politician hears or sees that anger from me to make that proclamation over that person's life or whoever I'm in solidarity with, right? So I wanted to make room for when the oppressor and when politicians are not in the room. What is anger doing in that particular space, right? Affirmation looks like. And I want to say that, yes, Lordian Rage is doing something on the front lines, but it's also doing something when no one's around, right? And I really mean that literally, when no one is around, right? And so when I talk about breaking racial rules, that even if I'm at work and my boss do something racist, and I got to think about, do I want this check next week? Okay, I'm not going to go off. I don't want to get fired, but I'm responding. I'm having an affective response in which I'm reminding myself, he doesn't think I matter. Right, but I matter. In that moment, I'm saying that resistance is happening. So I'm making space for not only the political or stereotypical notions or popular notions of the political, but also the personal, also the psychological, also the private, that resistance is happening, the affirmation is happening in those contexts in which anger is very much playing a major role. And so to answer your question more directly, Lordian Rage has a place. Its uses are being manifested in very different spaces. And I want us to be very, very, very aware of that. And so that's why I make the claim later on in that chapter, is that so that we can know that there are resistance figures among us, right? You don't have to be a charismatic leader. You don't have to lead a protest. You don't even have to go to the protest. But simply you responding with anger to the oppression, to the injustice of yourself or to other people. And that's a beginning that one is engaging in resistance in that very moment.
Great. I think that this also jives with the idea that you propose of the necessity of diversity of tactics, right, and strategies. And you are very forthcoming about the fact that this is not the only strategy.
And that is the anger strategy is not the only strategy.
Right, yeah. And so, this helps to sort of like clarify in a tactical, personal level what you mean. And I'll open it up to the audience.
I mean, I would say, as we're prepping to get that question taken care of, when I say that it's not the only strategy, I do want to say, and we can talk about a little bit about this in the Q&A, is that when I say that, one might say, well, why did you even make a case for it? I mean, one of the things I want to say is not the only strategy, and when it is on the scene, it still is not the only strategy. And simply what I mean by that is that anger is never operating alone, right? If you are an ally, it's connected with love in some sense. Right, you showing up for people, you being angry at someone's injustice. That's not just anger. That's love. That's compassion. And so when I say it's not the only strategy, I mean, I'm saying that it's joining up with a lot of positive emotions that we have a tendency to say that anger is the antithesis of, yeah.
You talk about how anger can be destructive. And you just mentioned how anger can also mean love. So you're really comparing anger with something else, where it can result in something else. However, what is your exact definition for anger? Because you tend to relate anger to something else, like to explain it. It's like if you think of anger in a certain situation, destructive, love. I think you could even say it's compassionate. But what do you think specifically in this instance? How would you define anger as itself?
Yeah. So anger is an emotion that we feel in response to injustice, in response to moral wrongdoing. When we are angry, it involves a judgment that something is not right with the world, and something needs to change. Now, in the book, we have a tendency to stop, one of the things that I suggest is that we have a tendency to stop the definition there. And one of the things I want to say is that there are varieties of anger that exists under political injustice. And we can understand the varieties and get a more deeper insight into the definitions of these varieties when we break them down and we ask several questions, right? So in addition to the definition that I just gave, we should ask, what is the anger directed at? Is it directed at racism, racist policies, or is it directed at scapegoats? Another thing that we can ask is, what is it targeted at? What is it aiming to do? Right? Is it aiming to eliminate someone who makes us uncomfortable? Or is it aimed at destroying unjust structures? Right? Another thing that we can ask is, what is the perspective that influences that particular anger? Is it a zero-sum game of thinking in which we think that if you win, I lose, so you must lose so that I can win? Or is it an inclusive perspective like Audre Lorde had that simply suggests that I am not free until we all are free? So I'm not just trying to get justice just for us, but I'm trying to get justice for all political citizens, right? And depending on how we answer those questions, then I simply argue and suggest, then we can try to figure out if it's the productive kind, the kind that's compatible with liberal goals, or if it is the unproductive kind, the kind that is incompatible with liberal goals. And I want to say that there are a variety of kinds that's unproductive, and as you describe them, and the kind that I'm trying to motivate is the Lordian kind.
Sorry. One thing that I really agree with you about is the fact that anger is essential to creating change because it is one of the most inspiring emotions when you want something done. But a lot of people criticize anger in saying that it's really alienating, which I do think is true, that if you hear somebody angry about something, it can be alienating for people. not necessarily on the other side, but on the fence who aren't as sure. And so I would ask you, how do you suggest we take anger that we have to create change, but sort of channel that to not just be angry, but to also bring other people in and to loop them in with us and to not alienate them?
Right, great question. So let's go back to Audre. So in her Uses of Anger essay, she talks about an encounter that she has with a white woman, a white feminist that she's in solidarity with. And this is right after Audre has just given a speech. And so the white lady comes talk to her and says, you know what, I really enjoyed your talk. She says, tell me how you feel, but don't say it so loudly. Right? And Audre Lorde's kind of meditative responses. She says, is it what I have to say that's the problem? Or is it that as a result of what I have to say, you will have to change your life? Right? So the resistance, the undefensedness, the discomfort is really rooted on what that anger is calling one to do and not necessarily the anger itself. So in response to your question, which I think is a popular question, and is one of the ones that I seek to answer in the book is, as opposed to putting the onus on the angry person to make people comfortable in the room to hear their claims, I'm more interested in the person who's uncomfortable. Right? What is the root of your discomfort? So here's the thing. People are usually concerned and says, hey, if I'm angry, then people won't hear me. And I want to say that's not necessarily the case. A lot of people heard Kavanaugh. A lot of people hear angry people, right? And so that's just, I mentioned an example of white people. One of the things, but political theory with persuasion. Frederick Douglass, one of the best orators that we ever had on planet Earth. And when people attest to why his arguments, and I'm talking about his actual speeches, were so convincing and so captivating, you know what emotion they say that made him persuasive? I mean, we're here at a conference on rage, so, right? So the whole thinking that we shouldn't use, rage and persuasion because it's going to make people feel uncomfortable and they're not going to be able to go to your aims, is not necessarily the case. And so I want the person who's uncomfortable to interrogate their lives and try to figure out what is it about the message that is making them uncomfortable. So as opposed to us changing our strategy, I suppose that there's some emotional, some psychological things that needs to transform within that person in order to get them to receive the message, right? I'll stop there.
My question is, would you ever feel that violence should or would be required to make change if peace fails?
See, y'all not getting me in trouble. What's your question again? How much time we got now?
I said, would you ever feel as though violence should or would be required to make change if peace fails?
If peace fails. It's contextual. It's contextual. You got to tell me, I'm not asking you to do this, but say more. Right? With any kind of strategy, it calls forth us, looking at what is the state of affairs, right? Because here's also the thing, maybe people think that violence is just something that you just do because peace has failed. And I want to say, we think about kind of liberatory struggles, things are a little bit more reasonable than that. Right, more deliberative than that. And we gotta have a meeting or two to decide if that's the outcome. And if we conclude, given the facts of the case, that it is indeed the case, then perhaps you have to say more. Right? I think one of the things that I can say, and one of the things that I think Lucas and I kind of agree on, is that not all instances of violence is irrational response. And not all instances of anger is an irrational response to an injustice in the world. That's one of the things that I'm very clear on and that I'm committed to. But just when it comes to anger and trying to figure out if anger is apt or not, gotta say more. Give me the facts. And it's the same thing with violence.
I think you kind of touched on it a little bit, but just for some clarity. So do you think that when people resist their emotion of anger and explode and start spreading negativity, do you think that it's kind of justifiable, or it's a case of good rage or good anger?
Yeah, so that's good, right? So I kind of in the book, after I made a case for rage, I end the book talking about anger management, right? Because that's important here, right? I mean, one of the things that I strongly believe when it comes to emotions, it's not as if, as much as I'm making a case for rage, I'm really making a case for the outraged, right? That emotions are not these abstract entities to take care over our bodies and we have no agency whatsoever, right? And so one of the things I want to say is that, hey, if it requires us, right, in order to make things happen in the world coupled with anger, then let's talk to us to make sure that even if we have this anger, what do we have to do to make sure that it remains productive, that it remains motivational, that it remains apt? And so I offer suggestions to white allies, and I offer suggestions for just people of color in general, of some steps to take to make sure that their anger stays resistant and stays Lordian, right? And so one of the suggestions that I give is that it's important for us to be around people that can keep us accountable, that knows about our particular commitments and our particular aims, that can hold us accountable when we're doing things, saying things, doing things with our anger that doesn't align with that, right? And I call those people moral critics, right? And so the instances that you're referring to, if it's the case that I'm angry, and that anger becomes incompatible with my own aims and my commitments and the way in which I want to, comport myself in the world, then I need to make sure I have people that's going to hold me accountable to say, hey, you're getting out of hand, right? And so in cases like that, you want to make sure that you have the moral critic to keep you accountable. In cases like that, you will want to remind your own self, if that happened to be the case, that it's incompatible with what you want to do. So I want to say that it can be managed, that when it becomes unproductive, and I offer suggestions to make sure that it doesn't get there, but when it gets there, we can hold it or rein it back in with these techniques that I think it's important for us to take on.
Hi, can I ask mine first? Sorry. Yes, so you spoke a little bit about that inner work and the liberation of the mind with that Lordian rage, but do you believe it is truly possible when navigating double consciousness, code switching? You mentioned the workplace. I know that's something as me as a woman of color, a Black woman, that constantly struggles with. Like, if I still feel liberated in the mind, if I'm doing this Lordian approach, right, but my my setting doesn't match that. So does it always have to follow up with like real change in the world or in my atmosphere, right, for me to truly feel liberated in the mind?
Yeah, I mean, the question is, if you ever think that you're fully liberated is an interesting question. Listen, I mean, when it comes to kind of the work in responding to white supremacy in a sexist world, and thinking about the things that are required for the oppressed and what they need to do to kind of keep their sanity and continue to survive and thrive. You know, one of the things that Audre Lorde talks about in her essay, Eye to Eye, for example, when she's speaking directly to Black women, and she talks about what happens when you internalize this hatred. And not only when you internalize the hatred, that misogyny kind of directs your way, but how does that affect your relationships with other Black women? And how do you now you got this extra thing that you got to deal with to make sure that you don't kind of displace the cruelty that you feel directed at you as a Black person, putting that on another Black woman. And one of the things that she offered up suggestions in that essay of what Black women can do particularly. And she ends by saying, I'm not saying that the process would not be long or difficult, but it's possible. And my response to you is that, hey, I mean, we're battling in so many fronts, right? So you got the political front, you got the work front, the economic front, you got the relational front, then you got the psychological front. Right? It's a lot. The struggle is real, right? And to ever feel that you're free in any one of those fronts, I mean, we probably don't even know that, right? And even thinking that we can be fully free in those fronts can be difficult, right, to even think that. But still, I'm convinced by Audre Lorde, the process is difficult and it's long. But I think freedom is possible. And I think consistent with just the Black radical tradition is journeying towards freedom, right? Waking up every morning, declaring and deciding to be free is a first important step to the full freedom. So even if you don't fully feel free, what am I doing? You ask yourself, what did I do today to get more freer? How did I live my life to be, so that it can be more loving and more freeing today? And I think that process itself is worth it, even if we never think that we've actually gotten there. I think freedom, this is Angela Davis here, freedom is a constant struggle. But are you struggling? That's the question. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much. That wonderful double presentation. I experienced very bad road rage yesterday, and I was on the Taconic, and I was probably doing something wrong, as usual, either not paying attention or going too fast, and this big car behind me just went crazy, came this close, honking, and when it passed me, I looked at the driver, and this was a big white guy, and I immediately thought, oh, Trumpian. But what I did by doing that, first of all, that man communicated me his rage. I actually felt rage because of his rage, and I thought to myself, what if I were the big white guy and someone, a black guy is driving the car, or I'm an anti-Semite, and the person, me, I'm the person with the yarmulke, whatever. The prejudices that we can feel towards somebody in a situation that is so innocuous. We don't know, I do not know this person doesn't know me, but there was a hatred when we passed each other, and I felt it, and I then kept thinking the irrational nature of rage, the irrational nature of prejudice, something that is so embedded, that is so not personal. And as much as I believe in everything you say and everything Audre Lorde says, I felt the rage and I felt the ressentiment that you, Lucas, was talking about earlier. I'm not asking for an answer, but it was so...
Oh, you're going to get one, though. No, just like...
It was so demoralizing, It was so demoralizing because when I teach, I talk about Levinas and I talk about the looking at the other person. We looked at each other and there was no love there. So I don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it was my fault because I do wrong things on the Taconic, but still.
Yeah. No, this is good. So you might think, as in talking about Audre Lorde, and she writes an essay, The Uses of Anger, and now I wrote this book and I'm making a case for rage, and the assumption is that all cases, all instances are good, it's all good, let's make a case for it. But when you look at the work, I just mentioned her essay, Eye to Eye, and that's one of the essays that's not typically mentioned, particularly her audience is primarily black women, and so people think that it's an inside conversation happening, so I'm not going to touch it. But in that essay, it's a different Audre Lorde from The Uses of Anger, right? She's criticizing anger in that essay. So you must ask, she writes it 2 years after The Uses of Anger. Did she change her mind, right? Does she think that anger is no longer useful, right? No, she basically suggests that anger becomes problematic when it's coupled with hatred. And so the essay itself is really a deep dive into hatred and how hatred leads to self-hatred and how that self-hatred can produce a cruelty and an anger in the world, right? So she offers suggestions not on how to get rid of the anger that's tied to hatred, but how to get rid of the internalized hatred. And she thinks that will have the ripple effect of getting rid of the cruelty and the anger, right? The only time that James Baldwin critiques anger in his work is when he says that it connects with hatred. And that hatred, that comparing or that coupling with hatred, with anger, turns into bitterness, in which he believes and he predicts will be what he calls the fire next time. And so I want to suggest that your encounter, and you said this with your own words, your encounter with that individual, you said you felt the anger. I want to say that you felt the anger plus the cruelty plus the hatred, right? And when you've entered into that domain, we have the problems that Audre Lorde, that James Baldwin, that Martin Luther King was very much concerned about, right? And that is the kind of stuff that we want to interrogate, right? But it's not just the anger. And so I love the fact that you said, the absence of love. Yes, that's something we need to criticize. The hatred, yes, that's something that we need to criticize. But it wasn't the anger simpliciter. It was some other stuff, and you hinted at that. It was some other stuff embedded in that. And it's that other stuff that we need to criticize in order to sanitize and get that good anger back that would not happen as a result of a road incident, but would happen to something that's a little bit more morally apt.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, this is working. I mean, we are in a great college here, and the thing that made me also very sad is that I have a bumper sticker that says, "What would Don Quixote do?" And the fact that that bumper sticker, he was so close to it, he could read it, and that made me feel, oh my God, have we failed? Has our literary education failed? Don Quixote would never have done that. So sorry, but thank you.
I just want to follow up on the question about violence here. I'm not going to let you off
I saw it in your face.
I'm not going to let you off
I saw it
the
in your
hook like
face.
that. No, so here's the thing. Contextual, yes. Circumstances, yes. But can we think? And I'm asking.
And we need to be very clear about what we mean by violence too. So
right, exactly. And in FISEM, the first year seminar here, we're reading Gandhi, Hind Swaraj, and there is a justification for nonviolent passive resistance, a justification that is about principles, right? That is about the means and the ends being connected, like a seed is to a tree. And the idea is if you, and this, then you can add like contextualization to, but at least like having some starting off, principles. And if you gain certain rights through a certain mode of resistance, the society that will develop out of those means will be significantly affected. And for him, it's a matter of not, this lack of congruence between rights and duties, and replacing that with brute force. And instead of a duty, citizens feel a sort of fear of a threat of being punished. Right, and so like, can maybe we articulate a position about violence that proceeds from certain principles that we can then apply to real case scenarios?
That's going to require a lot of work. That's a paper, Lucas, that we should co-author together. But yeah, I'm thinking about King here, which is very much inspired by Gandhi. And King, his ethic that kind of undergirded the movement was what he called a love ethic, right? He was very consistent and found theological justifications and philosophical justifications for a love ethic. And so if the ethic is one of love, then of course the political strategy is going to be a strategy of nonviolence. I mean, it just aligns with the love ethic. And that makes sense for what he wanted to do. And this is very much aligning with principles, et cetera, et cetera. And, but I think we're deceiving ourselves to think that as a result of that King never felt anger or never made use of it, right? So when we think about the life of King, when we think about kind of the letter from a Birmingham jail, for example, one of the wonderful pieces of political philosophy, that was written out of anger, right? His lawyer comes to him, basically sends him a hot off the press letter that some clergymen have written, and I mean, him being mad as hell is an understatement to describe what he was feeling. And so he takes pieces and scraps of paper in his jail cell and writes this wonderful piece out of anger, right? Love ethic, nonviolence, but still anger. When he writes a speech about, in tribute to W. Du Bois, and this is, mind you, this is the late 60s, and so the Black Power movement is happening. You have these young people who are just fed up and tired, and so they are angry, and so he's trying to figure out how to talk to them and talk with them. He doesn't demonize their anger. Not even there, right? He doesn't demonize their anger. He basically says to them, and I'm just paraphrasing here, yeah, your anger is cool, but come on and join our movement so that you can do something constructive with that particular anger, right? So you have someone who understands that there's certain kind of principles, love ethic, and it match, and therefore, to be consistent, we got to have a political strategy that's going to match up with that nonviolence. But even that picture itself, and you think about the life and the writings of King, doesn't take away the anger thing that I'm referring to, right? So you have that particular context. But it's to go back to kind of address your worry here. It's not to say, what I'm trying to say with the king thing, that even if you have that in place, is not to say that there's still not an important place, important role that anger is not playing, even within those particular movements. And it could be another context in which we live by very different principles that are just principles, and that leads us to very different strategies, right? America with the American Revolution, same thing, right? So we had the strategy to kind of fight back, and the declaration is the principles. Violence, and it seems to align. And so that's what I mean by context. Let's think about it. And King had a very different kind of understanding about his world, the context, the possibilities in that particular context. But still, even in the midst of that, anger was still very much present.
Dr. Cherry, thanks for the conversation with Dr. Pinheiro.
Oh, thank you.
Everyone else as well. It was really scintillating. I have to admit, I haven't read all of your book. I read the first 2 chapters and sitting on my desk, so maybe you answer the question in the latter parts of the book. But I'm interested in whether you think that those other forms of anger that you describe at the start of the book, whether there's a way for them to be transmuted into the Lordian form of anger that you describe. So, here's a case, Korean on black violence in LA, and so interracial violence, which is non-accidental, it's caused by the structure of white supremacy and by capitalism and all the rest of it, pitting people against each other. So there's a sense in which that anger is justified, but it's misdirected.
Right.
How do we redirect that anger?
No, that's good, that's good. So class, if you go back to what I said originally, and I simply said that there are certain questions that we can ask ourselves in which we're able to determine what kind of anger we have, and therefore determine if it's productive or unproductive or not. You all remember that? Right? So I talked about aims. What is it? What is the target of the anger? What is one seeking to do with it? What is the perspective that influenced it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And as a result of that, we get these kinds that I talk about in the book. We get, for example, rogue rage, not road rage. That's an unproductive kind. We get a kind called wipe rage. We get a kind like narcissistic rage, and then I put those against the Lordian kind, the more productive kind. Now, it's interesting here because one of the things that I suggest is that, like, say, for instance, wipe rage and rogue rage is like the Charlottesville, January 6th kind of ish rage, but not restricted to them, right? And then you see something like the Lordian rage that I'm particularly talking about that's a little bit more positive, and we can imagine examples of that in our minds. But then there's a kind called narcissistic rage. This seems to be much better than the wipe rage and the rogue rage, like January 6th folk. But it's still not Lordian just yet, right? And the reason why it's not Lordian just yet is that it has a narrow focus, right? It only, so you can imagine, I take this from Bell Hooks in her book, Killing Rage. The example that she gives is, you can imagine some elite black folk who is not interested in police brutality whatsoever, right? They basically suggested if you had an encounter with the police, the black elites are just simply going to say you was at the wrong place at the wrong time, you shouldn't have been there, right? Or you should have pulled your pants up, right? Or you should have wore a suit, right? So basically blame poor black folk for their encounters with the police. But things change as soon as they are driving in their Mercedes-Benz in the wrong neighborhood, they get pulled over by the police and so they're angry at this injustice, right? But they're only angry because they got stopped by the police, right? Not because black folks get stopped by the police, right? So it's not scapegoating, but the focus is quite narrow, right? And given that the focus is quite narrow, then when we think about kind of what they're aiming to do with that particular anger, is that they are expressing their place within a hierarchy. I'm not like a poor black person. How dare you treat me like this, right? And so the perspective that influences it is this kind of this inept self-importance. Okay? It doesn't have to be that way, right? If that person takes my class or reads my book, then perhaps they will understand that freedom is not just about you getting yours, but it's about all of us being to live in a world in which they're not vulnerable to state violence. And if you really accept that as a perspective to live your life, then when you get pulled over by the police, perhaps your anger would not just be targeted at your encounter, but the fact that this is happening again to people who look just like you. And so you can see that slowly but surely, the features of what could have been or what was narcissistic rage, with a change of perspective, can begin to morph into the Lordian kind that I'm referring to. So there's hope, there's possibilities, right? That given the features that I talk about in the book, that if you change a feature of it, it can slowly but surely lead us to the Lordian kind. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Myisha, and Lucas for standing in the last minute, so it was great. Just a quick reminder, we're going to have lunch now. I know you're all probably starving, like me. In about 10 minutes, a breakout session led by Arendt Center Fellow Nicholas Dunn on Is Rage a Kind of Reason? We'll start in Olin 205, just upstairs. You can bring your lunch up there. And then we'll reconvene at 2:30 for Nervous States, Democracy and the Decline of Reason with William Davies. So have a great lunch, and we'll see you back here at 2:30.
This one's not. This one is working.
Not working. This one's good? All right. We're good. I assume some people will be ambling in back from lunch, but it's good to see you back. I hope you all had a good lunch and a good breakout session. I heard good reports. My name's Roger Berkowitz. I'm the founder and academic director here at the Hannah Arendt Center at Bard College, and thrilled you're all with us for this conference, Rage and Reason, Democracy Under the Tyranny of Social Media. We're here for 2 days, and those of you following online, I look forward to hearing from you as well. You can ask questions in the chat, and we'll also attend to those to the extent we can, although we are trying to get as many of the questions in the room answered. Anyway, I'm thrilled to be up here now with Will Davies. In 2018, you know, people always wondered, do book reviews sell books? And I think most people say no is the answer. But I was doing something that I sometimes do, is reading the New York Review of Books. And I started reading this review of Will Davies' book, Nervous States. And it was one of those things like, I have to read this book. It was clear to me, we were working on some similar things. I was teaching a course on the loss of expertise and the death of experts. And there was just some things in the review, I haven't gone back and looked at it, that made me, and so I ordered the book. And, you know, every once in a while you have that experience where you start reading a book and you're like, this book speaks to you. And that was my reaction and my feeling when I first came to this book, Nervous States. It's not his only book. He's also written The Happiness Industry and The Limits of Neoliberalism, probably amongst others. Will Davies is a columnist for The Guardian, yeah, and the London Review of Books, two esteemed publications across the pond. And he comes to us today from Goldsmiths University in the UK. So I'm thrilled you're here. Welcome. And we're going to have a short conversation and then open it up to you guys to participate as well. So, you know, as I said, I was teaching a course on experts. The book is, in many ways, well, it's called Nervous States. And Nervous States is, as I understand it, something along the lines of where we're left when the supremacy and common sense applicability of reason and a rational public discourse is lost. And suddenly we're like, oh my God. And there's people who believe this and people believe this. There's false facts, there's this, and we're in this nervous state. Do I have it right? What is a nervous state? How do you pick this title? What do you mean by it?
Thanks, Roger, and thanks very much indeed for the very generous invitation and introduction today. It's really terrific to be here at this fascinating conference. I mean, your brief encapsulation is a good one. I mean, I think that's a good entry point to the thesis in the book. I think that one way of explaining this is to say that, as many of you may have suspected, this title, Nervous States, is a pun. So it's got a couple of different meanings. The first would be concerning how we understand ourselves as social and political actors. And part of this is the sense in which, over recent decades, we've increasingly come to understand ourselves as, not as under classical modernity, as beings that are bestowed with minds, that is, as psychic beings, but increasingly as neural beings, that is, as those who are endowed with a physical capacity to sense the world, to react to the world, to respond emotionally to the world. As anyone who's followed debates in the neurosciences over the last 30 years will know, it's a crucial part of the progress in neurosciences, in the work of people like Antonio Damasio, that as understanding of the brain has advanced, there's a growing recognition that all thought, not just what we call emotional thought, but that all thought is rooted in emotions, in feelings. And this is, I think, in many ways substantially changed our understandings of human agency and what rationality might mean. The second implication of the nervous state is of the political state, in which the meaning of violence and the definition of warfare is increasingly hard to distinguish in various ways. And so one of the things I'm interested in the book is that the basis on which we seek to the grounds of civil society, which throughout the history of political modernity back to the 17th century has been rooted in the promise of peace, the promise of a shared constitutional and legal world, admittedly only within the borders of the liberal Eurocentric world, not outside of those borders, which is a very important point, but that we live in a state where the grounds, the possibilities, and the definition of violence have undergone various changes and have become less certain. This is not a rapid thing. This is not something that's happened overnight, but it's something that has disrupted our politics in various ways. And I just want to add two other things to that briefly. The first is that the reason I think about these two things side by side is that what you can see by thinking about these things side by side is a kind of interlocking crisis of representation that is absolutely central to the broader crisis of liberalism today. I mean, the book was born out of that very disorientating time in 2016 when there was a lot of sort of anxiety and nervousness regarding the state of liberalism in various Western societies, such including my own, the UK, when the Brexit referendum happened. And one of the things people were very aware of was that that this seeming crisis of liberalism was also had these kind of epistemological dimensions. It was a crisis also of knowledge, of rationality, and of expertise. It seemed not simply that people were losing faith in the liberal project as a legal constitutional one, but also as an epistemological one of expertise and of rationality. So that's what we see by thinking about these things side by side, are the different aspects of this crisis of representation. The second thing I want to say, and this is really, I think, another sort of way of defining the nervous state, is that one of the themes running through the book, and we can explore this more in detail, is that how knowledge is valued today is increasingly at odds with how knowledge is valued in the classically liberal project. Within the classically liberal project, the benefit and the virtue of knowledge from a kind of pragmatist perspective is that it provides the grounds of some kind of consensus. It provides a shared reality, a shared world, a shared sense of the facts of what is going on. Increasingly, in an era of not just social media, but also things like financial markets that move very rapidly, and various kind of media that move at a kind of superhuman speed, increasingly we value knowledge for the speed with which it reaches us and the speed with which we are able to respond to it. So you think of sort of high-frequency trading, but the reason why people invest so much money in these cables going under the Atlantic is because it gives them a split-second advantage over their rivals, and they can make money with the movement of prices. In some ways, what social media has done to civil society is a kind of belated mimicking of what computer networks had already done to financial markets from the 1960s onwards. So the issue of speed and the reconfiguring of political and social life around a valorization of rapid response is another way into this same phenomenon of the nervous state. So there's lots of different aspects of the book, which we can unpack quite a few of those there.
That's great. One of the things that I love about the book, the Will's book, is that he goes and unearths, and I mean that in a sense of digs under some of these modern phenomena and finds their antecedents in classical thinkers. And so in this part you were just talking about this counter between speed and competitive advantage. The thinker I think you turn to in the book is Clausewitz, the great thinker of war. War is politics by other means. And you say that for Clausewitz, what every good politician needs, and you say that Napoleon loved this about Clausewitz, is not knowledge but resolution. And writing that in 2016 must have been incredibly, pregnant with meaning, because we were witnessing a situation in which if you just say it enough times and you say it as if you believe it, it's more present in the world, more powerful in the world than any kind of knowledge or truth. Is that true?
Well, I think it's interesting. So Clausewitz was a Prussian general. He was also a philosopher. He was someone who celebrated war with great passion. He was very impressed by Napoleon and how Napoleon had roused emotions that were not otherwise known as being possible at such scale, which Clausewitz interestingly credited that also sort of indirectly to the French Revolution, that it was the rousing of a revolutionary nation that created the popular conditions for the mass mobilization, not of the sort of trained soldiers that Clausewitz's compatriots in Prussia had prided themselves on their sort of skill and their sort of discipline and so on, but instead what Napoleon was able to do was to mobilize great passions at great scale amongst people who may not be very skilled, but nevertheless were willing to get behind a flag because there was a national flag to get behind in a way that was previously unthinkable prior to the French Revolution, and this was Clausewitz's claim. In terms of this point about resolution, I mean, one of the contrasts I'm interested in the book is between this a sort of classically liberal situation in which peace has been established via the state, and certain knowledge claims can be made and tested, evaluated, peer-reviewed, discussed, deliberated, added to, disproven, whatever. That the progress of science, as we sort of celebrate it, the progress of science under civilian conditions, is one in which there is enough time and enough security in order to both collect data, evaluate data, engage in careful measurement, observation. The eye is the sort of sensory organ that we think of probably first and foremost when thinking about science, the observation, the looking on at the experiment. What Clausewitz was interested in was a type of knowledge and a type of leadership which was completely different from that. Because for Clausewitz, under conditions of warfare, and this was, obviously what he was writing about, there is no time in order to engage in that kind of careful, methodical, procedural establishment of facts. And there is no time for those facts to be carefully disseminated via newspapers or peer review or any of the sorts of things. We know how long peer review takes. Instead, the question is how to establish clarity in this terrible, what is often referred to as the fog of war, the noise. How to create what in information theory in the 20th century became called extract the signal from the noise. And part of the way in which a leader is able to establish truths under conditions of great uncertainty, great complexity, fast-moving situations, threats, dangers, and so on, is to impose their own personality on a situation and to back their own judgment. One of the lines in Clausewitz that I find so interesting when thinking about the distinction between this militarized vision of knowledge versus a civilian scientific vision of knowledge is that for Clausewitz, the most important, he uses this metaphor that a great leader has the ability to scent out the truth. So suddenly the nose becomes the more important organ, not the eye. And if you think about that, something quite interesting about, if you imagine that the immediacy of smell, the instant recognition of smell, but also the difficulty of actually kind of using the nose as the grounds of scientific proof or evidence. Instead, it is a navigational aid that offers instant certainty and offers the capacity to provide leadership and clarity where otherwise there is just uncertainty. Now, if you think about this kind of knowledge in, obviously that he's talking about warfare, but one of the things that I think is very interesting when you think about these different varieties of knowledge today is in a way that's what the kind of knowledge that, say, a business guru might provide, or the charismatic leader, or for that matter, the demagogue. What they offer is not the capacity of reason to be able to walk through various steps of evidence gathering, assessment, critique, sharing, more critique, more peer review, but instead, what they offer is the instinctive and immediate knowledge of what is fundamentally true in an otherwise overwhelming and confusing circumstances. So the reason I turn to Clausewitz is, clearly there's danger in that kind of writing, but also because I think it offers us ways of interpreting leadership and a a sort of the alternative to expertise that is available under conditions of politics that often feel as much like war as they do like civil society.
Thank you. I want to turn to the chapter you call The Birth of Expertise, which is the chapter that really sort of first caught me. And it's about the 17th century, and the 17th century plays a pivotal role in your story, and so hope you'll say a little bit about that. But you set up this conflict between Hobbes and the British Royal Society. Hobbes, as we all know, is a political philosopher. Life is what, nasty, Brutus, and short. I know I got that wrong. And you call him sort of the philosopher who wants philosophy and science to lead to a peaceful consensus, right? And that this will come through math or mathematics or geometry, not through moralistic speculation. Hobbes has very little faith in our ability to come to a consensus based on opinion, right? You know, it's either science or basically you need an absolute state to say here's what's true, or a general in Clausewitz's sense, right? To say here's what's true. Whereas, and so Hobbes sets up this idea that you call it the state guarantees trust. The Royal Society comes along, right? Society of Letters, and they say we can create trust outside the state. This is my reading of it. You tell me where I get it right or wrong. And if we can create trust outside the state, how are we going to do that? Well, we need experts. We need people who can look at the world, observe the world, and yeah, they may disagree. They may have different. One might be, from Wales, and one may be from the UK, from England, but they'll use a method, the scientific method, and they'll come to some sort of a trustworthy common view of the world based on facts and our observation of facts. Oh, excuse me, please keep your phones off because we have a YouTube stream, and if they go on, it could cause trouble. So please do silence your phones. So as I understand, the argument is that Hobbes says we need an absolute ruler. We need an absolute state to tell us what the truth is, what's our consensus. The Royal Society comes along and says, no, experts and scientific method can come around and create a trustworthy idea. And yet, what your take on this is that from the 17th century up until sometime, if I understand it, around mid-20th, late 20th century, the Royal Society won this war, this debate, and expert knowledge took over and became a trustworthy form. And the argument you're making is no longer. It's gone. We know that you have this great line where you said, Trump reclaims the nation from the elites. So you read Trump as the Hobbesian return of the need to have a nation, right, insist on what's common and not the elites who do science through the scientific method. All right, that's fascinating because what it says is, if in your reading, this 300-year experiment in expert-driven public consensus is over. Is that right?
So it's difficult to draw lines where you say that something, has at what point has something kind of succeeded and what point has it been defeated. I think just to go back to that point in the mid-17th century, I think the reason I think it's interesting to go back to these times now is, of course, what Hobbes and other modern thinkers were responding to and trying to tackle in the middle decades of the 17th century, or the second half of the 17th century, was finding secular grounds for common life, consensus, politics, agreements of various kinds, as an alternative to the religious, the horrifically costly, bloody religious conflicts that had torn Europe apart in the 30 Years' War and also in the English Civil War. So there's a sort of common ground, and I think one of the ways of approaching this the project that was common to Hobbes and these early experts, and this is where actually I think Arendt is potentially kind of relevant here. Arendt, someone will have to tell me exactly where she talks about this, but there's maybe it's the human condition that promise making, the capacity to make promises, is a kind of central capacity of politics, almost like a sort of universal kind of problem of politics, how to make and to keep promises. Nietzsche says some rather less flattering things about this as well, but sort of in some sense it's the grounds of our sort of self-enslavement, is the breeding an animal capable of keeping promises is being the point of morality. But so for Hobbes, the only way people can keep promises is once the problem of violence and mistrust has been solved through the centralization of all power in the hands of this Leviathan state that will be a sovereign and a lawmaker. And once this sovereign lawmaker has seized all capacity for power, a kind of overwhelming might, greater than any countervailing power, once that's been done, and once everybody within that society knows that that state exists, and everyone in that society knows that that state will enforce the law and will punish people for breaking the law and so on, trust becomes possible, promises become possible, because it's mutually recognized that those who break the law will be punished for it. So it's a kind of solution to a prisoner's dilemma type problem, which is, because I know that you know, and you know that I know that you know, that that state over there is the source of all power in our society, we can do all sorts of other things together on that basis. We can trade together, we can engage in scientific studies, we can do all sorts of things. We can have debates, we can have disagreements. Because that state has solved the problem of violence, it is therefore possible that promises can start to be made in a reliable fashion. The grounds of the English empiricists, such as those in the Royal Society, but not just those, we're not just talking about the sort of early scientific experiments. Also, you might look at sort of early mercantile communities. You know, I talk in the book as well about some of the early financial communities, insurance brokers in London, early uses of probabilistic modeling. Anyone who's looked at the history of statistics will know, you know, there's a very fertile period in the use of mathematics and the use of model building and data collection to create things like insurance products and to start building statistical models of society and this sort of thing, is that it might be possible within a select group of people to establish grounds of trust on the basis that people are credible witnesses and are credible, methodologically endowed elites of one kind or another, so that experts will be able to trust other experts because they recognize each other as members of this select group of people. So, you know, economists might have nothing in common, but they come together at a conference and they all speak a common language, they have similar credentials, they have similar methods, they are able to trust what one another has said on the grounds that they are members of this same self-selecting community. Now, as anyone who's read Stephen Shapin's work on this will know, I mean, one of the kind of ironies, or it's not really an irony, it's just a sort of historical quirk of the early expert communities in London in the late 17th century was that they effectively behaved, they borrowed the norms of the gentlemen's clubs that were set up at a similar time, which were by definition exclusive. Part of the way in which these communities developed, and you know, we see this in universities to this day, whether we like it or not, was through forms of exclusivity, that not anyone could join them. So that on some level, the capacity to establish trustworthy knowledge within these communities was predicated on the fact that they recognized each other as members of the gentry, they recognized each other as sort of honest gentlemen, but partly because not anyone could join. So they were sort of, and expert communities remain innately democratic entities, sorry, innately anti-democratic entities, in the sense that trust is built by virtue of closure of the community. But nevertheless, this was a kind of direct challenge to the claim that the only basis on which trust is possible, promise-making is possible, was the modern state. So these are sort of rival origins of the project of political rationality, if you like. One of the things that I think, to come back to your question, one of the things that in the book I think has become so damaging for the liberal project in various ways is that the relationship between these two different centers of power, these two different centers of legitimacy, has at various times been quite vague in various ways. So the state, one of the things that sort of characterizes the modern state is that while the modern state may possess sovereignty of various kinds in a sort of classically Hobbesian sense, it also possesses makes various sort of epistemic, various expert claims of legitimacy, that it is able to know what is best for us, it is able to create models of, the macroeconomy of society, of sort of, the distribution of health risks and this sort of stuff. So the state is both a legal sovereign actor, but it is also an expert actor staffed by various elites, civil servants, administrators, social scientists, economists, and this sort of thing. And very often I think the legitimacy of the state, whether or not which part of this is actually the grounds of trust in society, often become quite unclear. And I think what we have seen, particularly since the financial crisis, in many, and particularly since the bailout of the banks in 2008, and in the Eurozone, particularly under conditions of austerity since 2010, is that very often it seems and feels as if the sovereign claims of the state and the expert claims of the state have sort of collapsed into each other in various ways, as if the state is staffed by these sort of sovereign experts, these kind of people who simply believe as if they're better than you and that they're more powerful than you and they know more than you, and don't challenge them because they know stuff, and that they have the capacity to make these kind of sovereign decisions by virtue of the fact that they have, PhDs in economics from MIT or whatever it might be. I mean, that's kind of how central banks work, right? Is that they are staffed by people who have both a sovereign power, but they also have a sort of academic credential, which kind of, at a certain point, kind of fuses into a single form of power for which we have no real kind of name other than technocracy. And I think that, in particular, is what inspires rage and anger on both the left and the right, is a sort of a kind of legitimacy that seems absolutely pure and unquestionable in the eyes of the actors concerned, and perhaps in the eyes of various sort of liberal supporters who also might attend some of the same universities and occupy the same kind of cultural milieu and so on, but seems the grounds of which have become very, very blurred. And I think that I think is something that has happened quite acutely since 2008.
I think that's very true. I mean, I don't know how much you follow the United States ins and outs on this, but there was a very important Supreme Court decision about 30, 40 years ago called Chevron, which has probably become, it's the reason Justice Gorsuch was appointed to the Supreme Court, to overturn it, and it's become the sort of touchstone of much of our Supreme Court debates right now, outside of other issues like abortion, which is to what extent the U.S. Congress can outsource legislation to administrative agencies and civil service agencies. And I think you're right. Much of the resentment on both the left and the right against our government right now is a resentment against experts who are more and more seen as sort of the shadow government, or what's called the deep state, on both the left and the right in the government. I mean, it reminds me of Arendt's, in a completely other vein, argument that one of the sources of 19th century anti-Semitism was the association of Jews with the state because they were given privileged positions in the state as state court bankers. And it strikes me that a lot of the anti-elitism and anti-expert feeling you're seeing now is in a sense analogous to that.
Yeah, I mean, there's another line of Arendt's that springs to mind here, and I think it's on Truth and Politics, where she talks about there's nothing more suspicious than the person whose claims of truth have somehow magically coincided with their political interests, which, we see this again, particularly in financial management. I mean, the UK right now is going through this astonishing experiment that is reaching its conclusion, where for about 3 weeks, our very right-wing government has decided to ignore everything that economists, the IMF, even Janet Yellen got involved in this, saying, you can't do these things because they are and it's odd that this came from the right. It looks like in the next few days, the British government is going to have to sort of accept that they can't do these things. But that there is, this something kind of deeply sort of troubling about orders that come down on high, not on the grounds that these things are the law or that they are representations of the kind of collective will, but on the grounds that they are perfectly backed by truth and claims and also of what is rational to do. That if one is to step outside of these things, one is behaving somehow sort of irrationally, which of course is to invite, I think necessarily, a sort of, in some sense, a sort of, well, okay, if you want me to be irrational, then I'll show you irrationality.
So I'm going to open it up in a second. I have one last question, and this is sort of, I call this the do you fight fire with fire question. If your argument is, right, that in some sense for 300 years we've built up this effort to create trust and epistemological consensus through science and technology, and that's failed, that there has been shown that the clubs, the gentry clubs, the academic clubs, the government clubs are largely insular and anti-democratic, and they have lost their legitimacy. And that people no longer accept what scientists say. Do we then say, okay, we're all just on Twitter? We're all just another voice, and it's all about who can speak the loudest with the most resolve. I mean, I told you that there was a debate that happened in this country in the 1930s around the rise of fascism in Europe, and the debate was, should the United States, in a sense, should thinkers and politicians in the United States try and argue rationally against fascism, or was that a fool's errand and you should argue propagandistically against fascism? I think a lot of people on the left and even on the right are asking that same question today. Are you, in a sense, a fool if you say, that's false facts, that's an alternative facts, come back to reality? Should you be engaging in an all-out propagandistic war? Or would you think, or do you, in a sense, hold on to some vision of rational, truth-based discourse, which you say is no longer a meaningful idea?
Well, I don't support the idea of heading for all-out propagandistic war. I mean, this is obviously, I recognize the dilemma, and I think it's something that many political parties, particularly on the sort of liberal left, are sort of asking themselves at the moment when faced with some of the sort of tactics being deployed on the right. One of the reasons I wrote the book, I suppose, was to try to understand what it might even have been in the first place that we valued about consensus and the potential consensus-forming capacities of scientific knowledge, and to put it back into a sort of history, and to adopt a perspective that derives originally from pragmatism, really, which is to recognize that to try and think about what knowledge does for us, rather than kind of is knowledge sort of true or false, but does knowledge allow us to live the kind of lives that we want to live? And I think that whether or not we call ourselves liberals or not, I mean, the term liberal, I know, has all sorts of, some people go, don't call me a liberal, this is an outrageous slur for some people. I'm not particularly invested in whether or not we call this liberalism or not, but nevertheless, the sort of central problem that Hobbes and others faced in the mid-17th century of how we live alongside each other in a common world without slaughtering each other seems to me something that is still and will remain a central problem of politics. And that is the backdrop to the question of what kinds of knowledge and what kinds of expertise and what kinds of authority we should seek to reinforce and to endorse and to build. Now, one way to think about this is to make a distinction, as people like Max Weber and followers of Max Weber have done, between rationality and reason. And if you think about the kind of etymology of these terms, rationality has the word ratio in it. It implies something, to my ears anyway, something mathematical, that to say this is being rational and this is being irrational has something which regards the kind of weighing up of different things. So economics is rational to the extent that it's good at weighing up costs and benefits, or accounting is rational to the extent that it's able to put assets and liabilities together on the same sheet of paper. But it, I think, privileges maths in various ways. And by the same token, it potentially facilitates the grounds of a sort of hyper-rationality and then a hyper-accelerated rationality, which is the grounds of digital computing. And this itself, this idea of a kind of, I dream of a kind of hyper-rationality, you know, the computer originates in war, not in peace. The computer is, I talk about this in the book, the birth of the computer is, as many of you will know, it originates in the need to kind of, you know, train anti-aircraft weaponry and MIT in the 1940s. So there's a sort of dream of a kind of rationality that will get better and faster and more powerful. Reason, the term reason, we think of reason, we could think of the reasons that we have for doing something. And this still implies something potentially ethical and political. And I think this is where the kind of, you know, this Weberian distinction, which becomes also quite important for certain members of the Frankfurt School and so on, I think it's still something that we can do something with. And we can think about what are the reasons why we might trust this climate scientist over this, you know, random YouTuber, and think about what kinds of reasons the climate scientist has for believing what they believe to be true, and the reasons they're giving for why we should do what they suggest we should do. Now, that obviously places huge burdens upon the scientific community to become good at some of that kind of work. There are various, you know, people working in the public communication of science, you know, people like Roger Pielke Jr. and others who uses this idea of the scientist as the honest broker, the person who can actually mediate knowledge in a trustworthy way. Now, it's the crisis we face in relation to the authority of expertise is as much a crisis of our media and of our democracy as it is of scientists as such. I mean, one of the interesting things that I mentioned this in the book, to the extent that they're useful, these surveys that are done on trust by places like the Pew Institute and others show that in the United States, which, you know, thinks of itself as this very kind of divided blue state, red state, culture war based society, nevertheless, trust in scientists themselves is incredibly high, actually. It's trust in journalists and politicians that is incredibly low, and that's true in many societies across the world. So it may be that actually it's not the centers of expertise as such, it's about the ways in which centers of expertise are integrated into our public sphere and integrated into our broader circuits of democratic deliberation. Now, those are not easily fixed by any means, but I'm not suggesting that, and this is not, I think, what my book is intending, that we simply sort of turn ourselves purely into, you know, we say, okay, it's now troll warfare, and we either play troll warfare or we get beaten. There may be places where forms of troll warfare are needed. There may be sort of grounds for certain sort of dirty tactics in politics. I think it would be naive to think that dirty tactics in politics will ever be absent, or that they can somehow politics is possible without them. I mean, in your opening remarks, you talk about sort of Machiavelli's account of, you know, and it's clear, we're all hypocrites, you know, and unless we accept hypocrisy, of course, yes, there will just be a sort of this blanket rage. But I think that by thinking through some of the sort of existential and moral reasons why we have tried to construct institutions of trust and promise-making, and why some of our existing institutions of trust and promise-making have broken down in various ways. After all, money is also an institution of promise-making, but it has broken down in all sorts of ways. Then, you know, that is the grounds for critique. But I'm not suggesting that is easily fixed. But I nevertheless don't want to sound like a sort of hopeless cynic about this.
Wonderful. I mean, I could keep asking questions because I find this fascinating, but we have about 20 minutes left, and I'd like to give people here a chance to engage if they would so like. Are there questions here? Yeah, David down here. You want to grab a mic? And I think there should be people running mics around as well.
That may be the dud one.
I think this one is on. Thank you both for that. I actually wanted to ask if you wouldn't mind following up a bit on that last point, because in hearing you describe the crisis of authority and the crisis of the legitimacy of authority, it did occur to me that there is perhaps, you know, baked into this widespread skepticism a real opportunity for greater understanding of science, for one thing, for greater understanding of what it is these various scientific communities and intellectual communities through the years have been attempting to promote. On the face of it, at least, if you abstract it from the political context, there doesn't seem, to me at least, to be anything inherently undoable about asking the members of those communities, however difficult it may be for them given their training, to engage in the sort of rational persuasion, if you will, that's required in order to show whatever it is previous generations of them might have thought the public would just accept on the basis of the fact that they're experts or that they've achieved some sort of consensus. So is there further brainstorming that can be done in terms of thinking about what exactly that might look like in practice? I know you alluded to it, but maybe
yeah.
a bit
I mean,
more.
it's not a field I work in, because there is a whole field of the study of science communication and of the public understanding of science and how to kind of reduce some of those gaps. I think you're right. First of all, that crises have a kind of there's a sort of fertility in crises when it comes to these things, and you saw this in the wake of the financial crisis. For a few years, there was a whole debate about the scope of economics, and there was books such as David Graeber's Debt was published not long after. No one had ever really thought, what is money and what is debt and what is credit? Graeber, no doubt himself had, but that book was a big seller, and it was popular in the Occupy movement and so on. So there's a sort of denaturalization that happens during these moments of crisis. I think obviously it's hard to get. Another time when we had to obviously think about this was in relation to COVID and epidemiology and vaccination and so on, where one of the problems there is to sort of almost to resuscitate an idea of society in the absence of, against a backdrop of sort of 40 years of neoliberal reforms, which had sort of said there's no such thing, to suddenly to think epidemiologically about the world required people to recognize that they are a member of a society. As far as these kind of communities themselves are concerned, I think I don't have any particular kind of advice on sort of how that might be done. I mean, one thing that's interesting to me is what forms of how. I mean, I talk in the book briefly, and actually Roger was saying that this is something that sort of various students and so on have been interested in. Is I discussed the March for Science, which is something that happened in 2017, I guess, not long after Trump took office, and that was where scientists kind of took to the streets and held up banners and this sort of stuff. Now, one of the kind of interesting things about that as a phenomenon was that in some ways it sort of, on one level, it kind of played into the hands of those who claimed, oh, well, this is just a sort of one other sort of niche community, and they all kind of know each other, and that it's a sort of, they're not disembodied, and they are actual people with desires and passions and emotions. I mean, my argument in the book is that in some sense that this is inevitable now. There is no other way than to launch some of these things. But the question is, to what extent might some of these sorts of movements also be allied to projects for effectively the sort of rescuing of sustainable life in one way or another, in the sense of, anchoring some of these things, particularly something like climate science, not simply in sort of abstractions about sort of, CO2 in the atmosphere, but about the capacity to allow people to live sort of sustainable lives without risks of certain kinds, and to build up sort of political alliances with other forms of social movement of one kind or another. So, I mean, that doesn't kind of in itself get scientists out of their labs, but I think that the question is of sort of how to express, how to exercise persuasion and how to exercise reason as opposed to sort of brute rationality and brute sort of epistemic sort of power, I think necessarily involves trying to relate to the sort of real threats and fears that people feel of various kinds. But again, I don't know about how you actually, engage with some of these communities.
Yeah. Right? And just you're suddenly in this position where scientists are actually becoming more like politicians, and that has a tendency to undo the crisis of authority that was talked about in the question.
I mean, the question is sort of what might an alternative technocracy look like that is not the technocracy as exhibited by, say, the central banker, who is this sort of, as I say, the sort of fusion of sovereignty and knowledge, but a different technocracy.
Okay, I see a lot of questions. Anne, there, and then Tobias up there, and we'll get some more in. Let's take 2 questions, if that's all right. And can you do that? We'll do Anne and Tobias, and then we'll do 2 more.
Thanks very much. You began this remarkably interesting conversation by saying that neuroscientists have discovered or decided that all thought is rooted in feeling. And I find that really fascinating. And then that idea just sort of disappears. And I think it begins to come back in your distinction between rationality and reason. And I'm assuming that reason is allowed to include feeling as one of the ways in which we understand why we do things or why we want things. But I wonder if you have any way of thinking in how, let's see, somehow feeling or affect has been discouraged as a political tool, and when it is a political tool, it becomes quite violent, as we've seen. Do you think about this, how to fold in feeling or affect into reason in terms of action? I just wanted to add that for me, just one other thing, which is intuition and imagination seem to me part of that question. I mean, as part of what we're talking about feeling, not just I feel sad, but what are the possibilities for things like the imagination and intuition to play a part?
I was really interested in your remarks about in the financial crisis and the expert claims of the state blurring with the legal ones, and thinking, of course, right now, as you mentioned, with the FDA and increasingly with the central bank and the Federal Reserve. And I imagine that we're thinking about those claims as problematic because we think that they made the wrong ones, or at least the effects ended up being very problematic for a lot of people. I was curious if you think there is a technocracy that can be imagined where the outcome is virtuous and desirable, and would we make such claims if that happened?
Thank you. Thanks both of you for great questions. On the first one, thank you for returning me to my starting point, which is helpful, because as you say, it was a bit of it was sort of left hanging. But you're right about thinking about this in relation to reasons. I mean, I think my point about the sort of way we think of ourselves as neural creatures increasingly, rather than sort of classically modern as bearers of minds. I mean, in some ways, I was interested there in that this is very unsettling for modern ideals of knowledge, which in the kind of classically modern ideal, the mind acts as, in Richard Rorty's terms, as a kind of mirror of nature, so that it holds up a sort of, it's not part of nature, and it can therefore represent nature rather than be sort of influenced by it. Whereas as emotional neural creatures, yes, we are swayed by things, we are moved by things, but we, as you say, we don't lose our reasons for doing things. We're still capable of offering reasons for things, and we constantly give our emotions as reasons for doing things, or we should do. I mean, if we don't, then we probably have some sort of delusion of sort of empty rationality. When it comes to anger, as we've talked about quite a lot actually today, anger is potentially a good way of establishing reasons for action. If you know what you're angry about, then that provides you with reasons for doing what you're doing. And anger can be a very good linkage between the suffering of some sort of injury or injustice and then the response. But that's if anger gets rooted via a mixture of embodied affect, but also via the conscious mind in the form of reasons that are known to one. Of course, there are lots of circumstances in which that doesn't happen. A lot of when we're angry, we don't know why we're angry. We don't actually know what we're angry with. It would be nice to think that anger always works via reasons, and it certainly can do, and I think it's very politically potent when it does. But I think one of the ways in which I've tried to think about this elsewhere in some other work, not in the book, is to think about this in terms of the speed of anger. And there's anger where we suffer some injury in the past, and it sort of sits there and sediments, and we try to deny it, we try to ignore it. Eventually it becomes sort of a sort of depressive anger, an anger that we almost refuse to accept. And it might then come out in some way that we don't understand, and that might be something like psychoanalysis can sort of help to kind of explore what some of those linkages are and to start to find reasons where previously they've been absent. But then there's a sort of anger, which I think is the anger that when we talk about the rage of social media, it's kind of the opposite. It's a sort of real-time, sort of meaningless, unreasoned anger, which is sort of, just purely sort of this kind of like the sort of Trumpian performing out of just sort of blasting out of sort of rage as pure performance almost a sort of empty kind of wildness, really. So I think the question is, how do we find something in between? And I think maybe we think about that temporally. Maybe we can sort of start to think a bit about kind of where our emotions come from, why we feel like we do, but try to take those emotions seriously, to hang on to them for long enough that we can think about them and reason about them, but not so long that they sort of turn toxic and start to kind of eat us up in some way that allows them not to be acted upon. There's actually some research on right-wing populism in Europe showing that people who are prone to vote for right-wing nationalists like Marine Le Pen and the Vox Party in Spain and Salvini in Italy and so on, have very high feelings of injustice and very low feelings of political efficacy. And I don't know exactly how those two things are sort of kind of measured, but there's a sense that all is wrong with the world and I can't do anything about it. And it's that combination that makes a figure like Salvini or Vox or AFD or whatever to suddenly become appealing. And that is a mixture of having probably very good reasons why one is outraged, but having completely lost sight of the capacity to do anything about them. And I think that I think we need to sort of think these things through quite carefully to recognize that anger can be a very good grounds for, can be allied to reason, but it's also quite difficult to maintain that. And I think taking emotions seriously as part of our political reasons for what we do and don't believe in is absolutely essential. And I think that, it sounds like we agree on that. On the issue of technocracy, the point about the financial crisis and the bailout of the banks in September 2008, and then things like quantitative easing from 2009, wasn't necessarily that they were the wrong thing to do. Maybe they were the wrong thing to do. It's that some of those decisions were taken at such speed that there was no possible way that they could be embedded in any form of public sphere, and no attempt was made to embed them in any kind of public sphere as well. The empowering of central banks since 2008 to the point where they effectively are sort of parallel sovereigns to Treasury departments and the rest of the states is, I think, a sort of one of the most significant transformations in the liberal state that the financial crisis has occasioned. And I think that it's the sense in which issues of the greatest public concern and decisions which are, in the pure sense, sovereign decisions, because they are decisions in the sense that, as someone like Carl Schmidt would have recognized, as the decision to simply to act without having to kind of explain or apologize or defend. This is what was so toxic about this. And I think this is what, in complicated ways, set off a series of developments on the right. Obviously there's all sorts of other reasons why the right has taken the strange and toxic paths that it has over the last 14 years. But I think that sort of seclusion of sovereignty behind the closed doors of technocracy is really the bigger problem. The question of what a different technocracy might look like, for starters, it has to be a technocracy that behaves that moves more slowly than that. And that it has to move more slowly than that for the same reasons that we believe scientific expertise should move more slowly than that, which is that it becomes the basis in which critique, peer review, deliberation, and transparency are possible. And I think that that's what I mean about this sort of collapse of the sort of Hobbesian sovereign state and the sort of, expert elite into these kind of corridors of sort of elite decision has been absolutely disastrous for the legitimacy of the liberal state in various ways. It's not the decision itself. Of course, a perfectly designed democracy could take appalling decisions. I mean, this is the risk we run as people who look to politics for our answers rather than to economics, and that's So.
Other questions in the middle there, down here, 1 and 2. We'll take 2 more questions here.
I'm going to go first because I have the microphone, whoever's back there. Thank you so much. This is fascinating. I was wondering if you wanted to say anything about the idea of responsibility, and specifically like responsibility for the world. Thinking about like the relationship of scientists and that kind of creating of facts and things we ought to do, the role of politicians. When you were talking about kind of right-wing or the appeal of authoritarianism, when one is both a sense of injustice but also a lack of political efficacy. If it's similar, I think a lot of us on the left feel an equal amount of efficacy, a sense of like, does my vote matter? But is there a different kind of like approach to the world and approach to responsibility for the world that might be underlying that?
Thanks very much for your talk, which I found very interesting. So if one accepts that trust is necessary for democratic politics, that's a successful, nonviolent, non-coercive, maybe liberal democratic politics, I'm wondering if one can ask whether, or if it's helpful to ask whether, what comes first, the trust or reasons to trust? And if one asks the question that way, and one could ask that question about those 17th century clubs as well, but all the way down the line. If one asks the question that way, does that then tell us something about what we think reason is? And then does that then tell us something about what might be necessary to establish the kind of trust that would be necessary for a successful democratic politics?
Those are two great questions, and I think, yeah, I mean, on the first one, this is a very interesting point, and I think obviously there's this question of responsibility for the world. I think that there's more to it than this, but I think that partly there is, I suppose, an optimism that the left tries to hang on to, that a wider set of emotions is possible as the basis of democracy than fear and violence. That it is possible just by pointing to examples of where solidarity works, where perhaps in theory it shouldn't, but look, it does work in some way. There's a sort of sense in which, against the arguments of, say, the Hobbesian or the economist or whatever, the game theorist, that solidarity is not possible in various ways, which is to notice that it is possible and to see that as the grounds for trying to establish more of it in some ways. Whether that's about trying to cultivate responsibility. When I hear the word responsibility, I suppose there are different ways of hearing it. I think of something, immediately I think of sort of individual responsibility, which sort of sounds a bit like sort of, trying to kind of like trying to pin people's blame on people in some way. That's a completely, maybe that says more about me that I hear that, but there's a sort of, that term, yes, I mean, we do have responsibility, and we have responsibility to future generations and to people we've never met and these sorts of things. But I think that, to me, first and foremost, there's a sort of some perhaps it's just sort of the good fortune of one's experiences or something that the left perhaps sees and believes evidence more than some of the sort of more kind of than some sort of more hateful. Because after all, we're not talking about everyone on the right, we're talking about a particular phenomenon of sort of radical and potentially violent right-wing populism. That solidarity is feasible and worth defending and worth growing. But I think in terms of this issue of sorry, I've slightly lost my train of thought. But I think sorry, it's a good question. I've now slightly lost the train of what I was going to say. But thank you. I mean, this issue of trust. Wow. I mean, that's a very sort of that's a brilliant and quite dense question. I think that it's I think there's an issue about. I mean, so to go back to these 17th century sort of precedents, they both were concerned with this sort of what you might call the a priori of trust. You might say, what is it that what makes trust possible before there are even sort of reasons for trust in some way. So for Hobbes, it's almost like you almost have to imagine a complete leap into a civil society in which then it's possible to have other reasons for trusting and so on, but the precedent has to somehow kind of come first. You have to sort of always already be in such a situation. It's very difficult to see how the transition from a state of violence into a state of civil society would actually work other than just as a sort of thought experiment. The point about the elite expert societies is, and this is what I think, the history of this is, why the history of this is quite interesting, is that one might say that, yes, they had reasons for trusting each other because they had their sort of, they had their books, or it's like the mercantile bookkeepers were able to trust one another's books. But the interesting thing about these societies set up as gentlemen's clubs was that there were fairly palpable reasons why these sorts of people were prone to trust other similar sorts of people. They were people of a certain, these were people of a certain cultural identity. And in that sense, there was something prior to their grounds of trust. Look, it's a terrific question, and I'm not sure certainly if I can answer it right now, but I think it raises a lot of additional questions, because if you only, I was just thinking I was going to start talking about Bitcoin, which is not something I fully understand, but Bitcoin, I mean, there is a sort of a libertarian kind of game theorist perspective on this, which is we can just sort of artificially design trust instruments out of thin air, and then sort of non-trusting people can kind of come together and magically kind of get along and trust one another. Now, clearly that is not an adequate solution to the broader kind of problems of trust and democracy, and it reduces a complex philosophical and political question down to a wholly instrumental one of, can we just design these sort of trust instruments, which is clearly, I think, not adequate to some of the sorts of the problems on the scale that I'm articulating. But thank you for the question anyway.
I mean, there's the technological element, which I think Colin McGill, to some extent, will talk about tomorrow. To what extent you can design technologies of trust and authority, right? That will be the talk tomorrow. And by the way, just so we all know, we're switching the times tomorrow. The 11:45 talk that was supposed to be by Francis Haugen is now going to be at 2:30, and Colin's 2:30 talk is going to be at 11:45, just so you know. But it does stream, dialogic ideas, right? The idea that through dialogue groups and through town hall meetings, but also through kind of citizen assemblies, you can build trust. You can build trust. The question is, how do you then create that trust in the larger society? And I don't know the answer to that. Please join me in thanking Will Davies. And we're gonna go right into the next talk. So I welcome up Catherine Holland, and Jana Schmidt.
Welcome. I'm extremely delighted to introduce Catherine Kitty Holland. She's the Director of Political Analysis at the Center for Social Computation. She's also an author and an academic. She's the author of the book, The Body Politic, Foundings, Citizenship, and Difference in the American Political Imagination, 2001. And when I was speaking to her briefly just before this, she said something that I think is worth sort of remembering, and that might serve as a kind of transition from the last talk to this. And what she said was, data models are texts. We should treat them as texts. So I'm going to hand over to you, and then we will engage in a little discussion. Thank you.
Am I close enough to the mic? Can you hear me? Should I get closer? Is that better? Okay. The title of my talk today is Imagining Common Futures, and I should preface everything with something of a confession. I am not by any means an expert on social media. In fact, I may be the only person in this room, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, I may be the only person in this room who has never opened an account on a single social media platform. That's not necessarily a virtue. I certainly have never posted on one, but the reason that's not necessarily a virtue is because my inexperience has not prevented me from forming very strong opinions about social media. And I assure you that not a day passes when I don't curse the moment when someone somewhere thought up the whole idea of social media. But that said, I'm enough of a pessimist to know that social media, however much we may wish it away, social media is going to be with us for a while. And I'm also enough of a realist to be fairly confident that whatever ultimately supplants social media is probably going to be worse. So, I do know a little bit about politics, however. And so, given that we're gathered here today and tomorrow to think together about the fate of democracy at the hands of social media, and that we're doing this just a couple of weeks out from a major election in the United States. Are we getting feedback? Are you getting feedback? What do I do about that? Oh, is that better? Okay. Sorry, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so given that we're here thinking about the fate of democracy at the hands of social media, and that we're doing that just a couple of weeks out from a major election, an important election in the United States, I want to begin by recalling a presidential election that took place just a few years ago. The sitting president is running for re-election. He's devoted his first term to pursuing domestic policies and assuming international postures that court the country's far-right hardliners while deliberately antagonizing world leaders. He's openly populist, he's sought to centralize power in his own office, and he demands personal loyalty in both the political and every other sphere. He's appealed to voters by stoking resentment against well-educated cosmopolitan intellectuals and professional classes. He's not religious, but he has courted his country's religious leaders and their followers. His opponent is a self-described moderate. He counters the sitting president's efforts to divide the country with calls for unity and with policy proposals that disappoint many in his base, but nonetheless he draws wide support because he's seen as the only viable and most democratic alternative to the sitting president. In the weeks leading up to Election Day, the voters are energized by massive election rallies. The polls are considered unreliable. There are small sample sizes. There's erratic practices of sampling, all of those things. And they also show vastly different results, with some showing strong support for the incumbent, others showing strong support for his challenger, and still others suggest that voters are evenly split. There are hints of possible violence as the president warns of plots to tamper with the election, and on election day, lines snake outside of the polling places, down the block, and around the corner. That night, the world watched as reporters documented the release of the election returns. But before we go there, I want to take a step back, all the way back, in fact, to another election, 1944, because in the months leading up to the 1944 US presidential election, Hannah Arendt reflected on the role of the US foreign language newspapers in shaping US foreign policy, particularly the fate of Europe as World War II drew to a close there. Now, she took a broad scope. She covered newspapers that were written for immigrant communities in major cities like New York and Chicago, but also in much smaller cities like Cleveland and Bismarck, North Dakota. She also considered foreign language newspapers that were written by and for immigrant communities who represented foreign language groupings from across Europe. So that means Germany, Italy, Spain, Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, Croatia, Serbia, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Lithuania, Latvia. You get the idea, right? Now, these immigrant communities represented something of a puzzle for the American political parties. In short, they tended to support, and in many cases supported enthusiastically, Franklin D. Roosevelt's domestic agenda, particularly the economic and social initiatives associated with the New Deal. But when it came to foreign policy, they were more allied with isolationists and America firsters. Now, much of Arendt's essay is focused on understanding this apparent contradiction. Obviously, I'm going to have to abbreviate here. So I'm going to focus on three of Arendt's central observations. First, she suggests that the attachment to the home country was largely sentimental rather than politically informed. There's a major caveat to this. I'll come back to that in just a second. But what she suggested was that this was largely a function of history. The European immigrant groups who had immigrated to the United States from the late 19th century up to the present, in this case 1944 is the present, had been driven largely by economic rather than political motivations, which differentiated them from an earlier wave of European immigrants who sought to escape from European despots and political persecution. So as a consequence, she suggests, the current generation of European immigrants in the United States simply were not as attuned to politics as their predecessors had been. And so as a consequence, their connection to what she calls the old country is largely sentimental. And that means that there's a conflation between the home country and what she describes as the government it happened to have. So what that meant is that efforts to express support for Italy and Italians meant endorsements in these newspapers, endorsements of Mussolini. Efforts to support Spain and Spaniards slid very quickly into support for Franco, and so on and so on. Now, the caveat, and this is the second point that I want to cover, the ascendance of sentiment over a well-informed political judgment was exacerbated, Arendt tells us, by propaganda and misinformation campaigns supported by foreign governments. The particular targets of these campaigns included the leadership of the immigrant communities, and that means of course, the owners and the editors of these newspapers, among others. And the propaganda campaigns involved concerted efforts to undermine the authority and the legitimacy of the European governments in exile, and by extension, also European refugees and immigrants who had come over since the 1930s, the early 30s. So what this meant in the immigrant communities in the United States is that they were deliberately cut off from informed political information and judgment about what was going on in Europe. And the newspapers that Arendt looks at, for the most part, tended not only to absorb, but also to disseminate that propaganda and misinformation. Third, Arendt tells us, in their discussion of Europe's future, that is, its post-war future, the foreign language initiatives were very quick to embrace ideas like the Atlantic Charter, which would have ensured sovereignty and power and the right to represent oneself to all European peoples. They were quick to embrace those kinds of initiatives for a post-war Europe. But at the same time, they did so by resurrecting long-standing national rivalries and prejudices. For example, one Hungarian language newspaper heartily endorsed the Atlantic Charter's principle of self-determination for everyone, except for the French. And when it came to the question of the rules and processes around which a post-war European federation might be organized, numerous newspapers were quick to suggest arrangements for a federation that would benefit their home countries and their home countries' allies at the expense of those countries' rivals, right? Now, there's an adjunct to all of this. For Arendt, the most important contribution of these discussions about Europe's future lay in how they brought a wide array of immigrant groups in the United States into public conversation with one another, with no unifying program of any kind. They showed, as Arendt wrote, that cross-relations are existent and that even the formation of blocks is not out of the picture, at least not in the United States, and thus also possibly in Europe. The federations, she wrote, have the great advantage that they are nowhere easier to realize than right here in the US, where Ukrainians and Slovaks, Croats and Poles, Lithuanians and Hungarians live on the same spot. It's a wink to American exceptionalism on Arendt's part, but it's key for her ability to envision how the activity of living, thinking, and acting together might enable the immigrant communities in the United States to model a means by which a new post-war Europe might be imagined. Now, from here on, I'm going to take a few liberties with Arendt. So far, I've taken the time to rehearse because I think that she's discovered a magic formula for optimizing democratic discussion and decision-making. Instead, what I want to highlight is her intellectual posture in thinking about the problem the immigrant newspapers posed in US democracy. In short, Arendt treats the foreign language press as a pharmacon, as that which is at once a remedy, a toxin, and a means of producing something. Now, let me take a step back for a moment. And with apologies to a couple of millennia of philosophers, I'm going to offer you an example of a pharmacon. Let's say the example of a pharmaceutical, a drug, say high blood pressure medication. If you suffer from high blood pressure, there are drugs that can manage and treat that condition, of course, along with proper diet and exercise. But in the absence of high blood pressure, the same drug can be toxic. Hence, the irreducibility of the complex nature of the pharmacon. So let me return to Arendt. Her posture enabled her to appreciate the worldly potential of the foreign language press in the United States. It contributed to the making of a model for a post-war European federation that had been accomplished nowhere else. And yet, she also felt compelled to not lose sight of the toxicity of the press, its promotion of sentiment over political understanding, its dissemination of propaganda and misinformation, and its resurrection of long-standing national hatreds. In short, Arendt seems to suggest that the virtual trans-European debates embodied and enacted both the difficulties and the promise of a transnational affiliative politics, and did so by virtue of its very worldliness. In other words, it was neither ideal nor perfect. It was tense, it was risky, and in some ways even unsafe. By definition, it grew from a world that was cross-cut by rivalries old and new, and for this reason, also by the possibility of new alliances and new perspectives. So now let me say a few words about democracy. We're accustomed to thinking about democracy as the conceptual opposite of authoritarianism, as in oft-repeated references to the contest between authoritarianism and democracy. But let's consider for a moment anyway, let's consider a different possibility. Consider the possibility that by definition, democratic systems contain the resources for and the possibility of authoritarianism, at least of authoritarian outcomes of democratic processes. While constitutions and other kinds of democratic institutions can be designed to avert those outcomes, as Madison knew, prohibiting them altogether would undermine the very democracy such prohibitions sought to preserve. Thus, in recent years, would-be autocrats have ascended to power via democratic or at least semi-democratic elections here and elsewhere: Hungary, Russia, Brazil, Venezuela, the Philippines, most recently, maybe Italy, we'll see. So the question then is not how to approach a stark contest between a pristine democracy and a self-consistent authoritarianism, but instead how to comprehend and apprehend the anti-democratic possibilities as we cultivate the more democratic aspects of our collective public life. So with this in mind, let me return to the question of social media. However indisputably corrosive, it may also be useful. It hurts me to say that. It may also be useful, at least if we treat it as a pharmacon, a component of our collective political life that is once a toxin and, in a limited way, a potential restorative. Now, this requires asking a different order of questions from what we usually ask of social media. Not who posted what about whom, not who took what position on this issue or that one, not who follows whom, not who has the most friends or followers or retweets or whatever they're called. Instead, I want to ask how, in our capacity as analysts, as scholars, and as citizens, we might refocus on the collective, the aggregate preoccupations, both the aspirations and the risks of participant citizens and the public events that trigger both. The object is to gain or regain, perhaps, an overall perspective, a sense of the whole, its democratic and its counter-democratic tendencies, and to identify major inflection points that indicate a shift in the interplay of more and less democratic tendencies. So with this in mind, I want to go back to the presidential election that I talked about at the very beginning of my talk. The year was 2009. The country was Iran. The sitting president was Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, and the main challenger was the reformist Mir Hussein Mousavi. The election results as they came in on the night of June 12th, the election results reported by Iran's official state media showed a steady, in fact, an unwavering distribution of just over 60% of the votes for Ahmadinejad and just over 30% for his challenger, Mousavi. Now, when I say unwavering, I mean unwavering. We've all probably sat and watched election results come in on television with bated breath. And so you know that even if the leader never gives up the lead, there's usually some up and down along the way as polls report, right? In this case, we were talking about perfectly straight lines with no waiver, right? Which, of course, led Mousavi's supporters to suspect that indeed there had been election fraud. The next day, on June 13th, protesters supporting Mousavi filled the streets of Tehran and other cities, asking, "Where's my vote?" and holding signs that declared Ahmadinejad as not my president. Mousavi's supporters were quickly joined by state security forces, paramilitaries, and civilian supporters of Ahmadinejad. Within days, the largely peaceful protests had turned increasingly violent as the security services attacked Mousavi supporters, and Mousavi supporters refused to cede ground. 4 days after the election, the Iranian government, banned non-Iranian journalists from reporting on the protests, and independent Iranian newspapers were either shut down or forced to work under strict state censorship. The consequence is that Twitter and one or two other social media platforms became the best way to follow what was happening. But there was a problem. I call them volume and pace. Right? Even at the time, Twitter tweets were limited to 140 characters, but the tweets were coming in, the tweets concerning specifically the Iranian election were coming in at such a fast pace and in such a high volume that you could sit at your computer and try to read through even just one tweet, and you still couldn't get to the end of 140 characters before the screen had refreshed itself with this huge volume of more recent tweets, and the tweet you were trying to read was located way down there somewhere that you would never find it again. So it became impossible to follow what was going on one tweet at a time, even though Twitter was perhaps the only source for doing this, right? But let me suggest that there might be another way of looking at social media data, and that involves depersonalizing the conflict by aggregating the Twitter postings. What this does, I want to suggest, is that it helps to illuminate collective preoccupations, both aspirations and anxieties, and demands and counter-demands. Now, I think I'm ready for the, yes, there's a graphic there. I was actually hoping to be able to point to it, but I need a ladder for that. So I'm going to have to sort of talk you through it. Okay, here's an example. It was done in 2009. It was not done specifically for this presentation. And believe me, if I'd known then what I know now, that I would be here today showing it to you, I would have made a few different decisions about what it displays. But alas, we work with what we have, and this is what we have. It gives us a rough approximation, in spite of the fact it wasn't done for this conference. It gives us a rough approximation of what I'm talking about, as well as what I am not talking about. First, let me give you a few details. This covers, I believe, about a week. It's drawn from a database of approximately 11 million tweets that specifically concern Iran's election that were posted between early June and early July 2009. Now, we need to talk about how to look at it, because at least since the 2000 presidential election in the United States, we've become accustomed to looking at political graphics in blue and red, or in this case in green and red, that track support for two competing camps or two competing parties or two competing candidates. But that is not what you're looking at here. It does not track support for competing candidates or parties because the data are not configured in such a way that allow us to identify posters by political identification, by political preference, or by political sentiment. So this is not supporters of the sitting president and his opponent. This is not supporters of the hardline conservatives and the reformists. Instead, the graph displays a variety of aspirations and concerns. You'll see democracy, freedom, courage, and hope in green, and violence, arrest, injury, and death in red. Now, these concerns circulate throughout the tweets posted about Iran's election over the entire period. So I ask you to take in, or at least try, because I know it's hard, take in the entire graphic, view it as a whole, not as two hemispheres, not north and south or moderate or hardline. So in this respect, to the degree that this is possible, we can see two things. First, that the protests embodied the complex counter-principles that shape modern democracy. There's hope and there's terror throughout the entire period shown. Second, there appears to be a sea change around midday on Saturday, June 20th. It's right in the middle of the graph. This is what I was going to point at if only I were taller. On Saturday, June 12th. So what happened? Let me take the second point first. The protests had continued since the election, daily, since the election on June 12th. On Saturday, June 20th, a student by the name of Neda Aga Sultan was being driven across Tehran when her car encountered one of the protests. It pulled over to the side. She stopped and she got out to find out what was going on. She was shot by the security services. She fell into the street. And a person with a video camera captured the film of her bleeding out and dying right there in the street. Now that video was very quickly posted to social media, several social media platforms. On Sunday, June 21st, the next day, the government security services filled the street to discourage public gatherings. On Tuesday, which is the last day, I believe, shown on the graph, on Tuesday, June 23rd, Iran's elite political security forces issued the sternest warning yet against protests as the Guardian Council, who are the final authority on all things elections in Iran, as the Guardian Council declared Ahmadinejad, the sitting president, the winner. He served a full second term. Now, let's go back to the first observation. The graphic illustrates how the protests embodied the complexity of modern democracy itself. Again, resist the temptation to interpret red and green as competing camps. Rather, consider the possibility that both the aspirations shown in green and the anxieties and fears shown in red are circulating among the full complement of those in the streets. The protesters, the counter-protesters, the security forces, and more or less neutral observers. Now, of course, principles like freedom and democracy or phenomena like violence and arrest will take on a wide variety of meanings, in some cases vastly divergent meanings, in the minds of the tweeting participants. But to channel Arendt, even as I continue to take a few liberties with her work, these principles and phenomena figure broadly not as unanimity, not as consensus, not even as minimal agreement, but as a shared experience of the election and its immediate aftermath as Iran confronted its future. The point isn't to erase the indications of divergence and contest, but instead to cast them and the events that occasioned them as bringing together Iranians with vastly different political commitments, vastly different perspectives into a common set of activities and a single complex political environment. In 2009, Iran was no peaceable kingdom. It still isn't. But we should not walk away convinced that Iran had devolved into a Hobbesian state of nature and that democratic life was altogether hopeless there. To close then, let me simply recall that any democratic polity is by definition cross-cut by countercurrents, counterprinciples, and counter-traditions. All of these are, at least in theory, captured by social media. The challenge for us, in our very different capacities as scholars, analysts, activists, and citizens, is to focus on the sites, processes, and forces of division while addressing them through new forms of affiliative politics. Now, here I meant to fact-check myself before I left home, but I was running late for the train and I didn't. So perhaps I misremember. But I believe it was not Hannah Arendt, but Hannah Pitkin, who suggested that the most political of pronouns is not I, but we. In this spirit, then, I end with a question. What do we want for us?
Not yet, anyway. Thank you so much for this rich presentation. I thought it was especially interesting in terms of the sources that you pull in. The first thought I had was obviously the provocation with the Iran comparison lands, right? I think it's a suggestive image, a provocative image. One of the things that it reminds us of, or that it should remind us of, is that comparing America to Iran is no longer an outlandish operation, right? And that America no longer has first status as a democracy. But I think there's also something beyond that provocation that's interesting about the parallel that you draw. And that has to do with the openness to comparison. So the openness, by extension, to the stranger, the strange country, the foreign country, the other culture, right? So I'm wondering, is there something about that parallel that is important for imagining a common future?
Thank you. Good. Is this working? Yes, okay. Thank you. That's a fantastic question. And since I'm in the confessional mode at the moment, I didn't immediately plan to draw the comparison between the United States and Iran. The reason I chose the Iran example was far more prosaic. I simply had only one example of the use of social media. I don't normally use social media data, and that was the only example I had. That said, it's fair, right? Because even prior to 2009, it had occurred to me that in some ways, Iran, in terms of its politics and our own in the United States, Iran and the United States do show certain kinds of points of comparison. Sometimes direct comparison, and sometimes it's as if they mirror one another in their opposite. I do think it's helpful to draw those kinds of surprising comparisons, although in this case it was largely accidental, because one of the things, I mean, I don't know if anybody's following what's been happening in Iran over the past month, but again, there are massive street protests, quite possibly more massive than the 2009 protests. You know, Arendt makes an interesting observation. I think in a lot of ways she channels Tocqueville. in the same essay that I talked about earlier, she talks about the power that Catholic priests have in the immigrant communities in the United States. And she notes, particularly, the Catholic Church has no official political status in the United States. And I say she's channeling Tocqueville because Tocqueville makes the observation that the United States is a country that's designed specifically with the absence, the deliberate absence of an official state religion or an official state church. And yet, he says, religion has far greater purchase in America than it does in many of the other countries that he had witnessed that have official state churches. In some ways, right, and so Arendt in some ways echoes that, right? In some ways, what we might see in Iran is the mirror image of that right now. And I think it's useful in terms of thinking about our own politics, because Iran is exactly the opposite. It is a theocracy, right? It has very much a state church. And yet, what we see happening in Iran today is the repudiation, not so much of the state church, but of the power and authority of that church to mandate all kinds of things. It started as a protest against the mandating of the hijab, but it has now spread to all sorts of things that are mandated in the name of religion. And so, ironically, what we're seeing in Iran right now is a challenge to the authority of religious mandate in the face of an official state religion, in a way that, at least Tocqueville, I'm not going to draw conclusions, it seems the wrong moment right now to draw conclusions about the authority of religion in American life today. But certainly historically, there's no shortage of observations and anecdotes that suggest that American life is shaped, it grants a greater authority to religion than we could if we had an official state religion. So the counterposition of the two, which are in some ways opposites, I think tells us a lot about our own politics as well as about Iran's.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's something to the idea that imagining a common future would require this kind of openness, right? Not just on a theoretical level, but politically as well. I did want to address some of the metaphors going around, right? Which, you know, the metaphor of the pharmacon, Jacques Derrida famously uses that metaphor, and Jacques Derrida also famously describes democracy as after 9/11 in the terms of the autoimmunity of democracy. So the idea that democracy begins to attack and eat away at itself. Or in other words, the kinds of tensions that you describe as integral to the project of democracy. You suggest that we read social media in light of that as a symptom of that condition of autoimmunity or of those tensions, and that we approach it from a holistic perspective, stepping back, right? And you said many times in the talk, let's step back, let's step back, let's step back, to gain an overall perspective. And that's precisely the moment when you bring in the graph. So my question is that kind of perspective possible, and why is it desirable? And I would bring in another French philosopher, sorry. Jean-Luc Nossel argues that democracy cannot be figured. So he says that democracy is but the condition whereby it is exercised, meaning it isn't in the ends that democracy finds itself, but in the dance. And I think that the graph kind of figures that impossibility to figure. in a way. So to make a long thing short, how do we manage to talk about a we meaningfully without stepping so far back that we can no longer see the table of politics, or in other words, what's at stake?
I love the image that you bring up of the dance, right? Because we speak about political movements all the time, and yet scholars too often treat those movements as if they're these static, fixed things, right? And so your question concerns the we, right? And I'm trying to think about the best way to put this, right? It strikes me that in politics, the we, right, Hannah Pitkin's we is the most political of all pronouns, right? The we is always provisional. Sorry. As long as the we is even on the table, right, which may be increasingly rare these days, but whenever the we is even on the table, it's always provisional, right? It's also always incomplete, right? And so the trick is the dance between the we that we know or think we're talking about or think we're looking at, and all of the other possible we's out there that would be comprised by all of the peoples, all of the groups, all of the issues, all of the positions, all of the concerns that are not included in our present we, that have been excluded intentionally or not, right? And so in thinking about the we of politics, I would suggest that there needs to be a constant dance, right? A constant movement between the we that we think we're referring to, which is always going to be incomplete, and the possibility of a more complete or even just a different sort of we, if that makes any sort of sense.
It does, and I think that also leads us to the topic of data, right? Sort of like what to do with data. I, for one, found that extremely fascinating because I'm not a data person. The immediate question that I had looking at the graph was, can we track anything other than a bunch of emotions with this, right? And you invoked the category of shared experience, the shared experience of Iranians in these protests, so not along lines of dissent or support, but some kind of broader idea of a shared experience. And I found that interesting because to me, it seems to suggest that what you're doing with the data is not so much kind of like, you're not after a kind of depiction of a reality in the sense of a one-to-one mapping, but there's something performative about thinking about data that way. So, meaning performative in the sense of what you end on, which is this invocation to bring new forms of affiliative politics into being. And so the question that I had about that was, we tend to think of data as objective, as lay people, right? But what you're giving me in this is a kind of like an imaginary of data almost. So the question would be, how do you see the role of data for these kinds of broader and seemingly very abstract questions of futurity in imagination? What can we do with data?
Excellent question. Okay, first let me say that the word data does not fall trippingly from my tongue. I'm trained as a political theorist, and in fact, my colleagues are smart enough not to let me touch their data, right? Because they know that I am not even up to the full use. I'm not worthy of my iPhone, right? So I think we need to have a collective conversation about what counts as data. Increasingly, we are all being reduced to our data, right? Somebody somewhere is collecting data on us and collecting data for purposes that we are really never asked or consulted about it, not given permission to them to collect. The European Union notwithstanding in the United States, right? So, you know, in that respect, data can be anything but objective. Data are always partial, frequently contestable, almost always murky. And yet, we are increasingly told that the most important thing in any sort of public policy debate, regardless of where you stand in that debate, is the production of data, of objective data and data analysis. So much that I see increasingly data is wielded as a cudgel, not actual data about anything, but the "where's your data" is used as a cudgel to undercut the position of your opponent. Sometimes rightly, but often right only very tactically, because the data and what the data tell us are not a point, right? It's simply an effort to undercut. Insofar as we like to believe that data, right, undergird everything. The rest of the question is about how to figure data. And you know, in some ways, politics, like it or not, right? In politics, we have learned the hard way over the past few years that it's not so much the truth that counts, but the appearance of truth that counts, or even just the appearance not of truth, right? This goes all the way back to Plato, right, and the allegory of the cave. So that if you recall the allegory of the cave, you know, there was somebody, the residents of the cave were lined up facing a blank wall. There was a light behind them that shone onto the wall that they were looking at, and there were figures behind them enacting these scenes, right? Well, the residents of the cave were never allowed out of the cave, and so to them, the shadow play behind them was their reality, right? Never mind that it may not have had anything to do with the world outside of the cave. It fully defined, or in Plato's version of it, it fully defined the experience of the residents of the cave, right? So the point, of course, for Plato, right, Plato walked away from politics at that point, named himself a philosopher and said, I am going to engage in the search for truth with a capital T, right? Well, okay. The problem here, right, is that what we have to work with is political experience, right? I think that what data can do, it certainly does not always do this, but what data can do is it can bring us back to the world, right? In that we can see when data reflect our experience of the world, when the data overdetermine our experience of the world, and when the data almost embarrasses itself by telling us something that in our experience we know to be at best partial, if not entirely untrue. And so while data's a pharmacon, right? It has a toxic possibility, right, of trying to convince us of something that is either self-serving or entirely unrepresentative of our experience. But it also gives us the opportunity to make a judgment when we see ourselves reflected in the data, or we see ourselves definitively absent from it, right? It brings us back to the world and asks us to reassess, right? To reassess not just the data, but also the state of the world, right? And that's the political possibility that I see involved in the use of data.
Yeah, and that was the intellectual posture that you pointed out Arendt takes, right? To recognize the worldly potential in what may seem like a chaotic mess, right? And I find it very stimulating to think that like maybe there are bits and pieces of data that we can see as in terms of its worldly potential. Is there anything? This is sort of like a much broader question. What are some of the worldly potentials you see at the moment in U.S. politics?
Ouch. Actually, I think I'm going to approach this question via Arendt, because Jana and I had a conversation, sort of a conversation. It's so much that, as much as one can have as a conversation via email earlier in the week. We had a conversation where Jana pointed out to me that in the last 2 pages of Arendt's essay, she addresses a component of the immigrant press in 1944 that she had not addressed in the remainder of the essay, and that is the immigrant press that was produced by and for American Jews, not exclusively, as I read her, immediately immigrant Jews, but American Jews. And she says that they constitute this interesting exception to all of those sort of toxic components of the other foreign language newspapers. By contrast, right, the Jews are unique in that, one, their connection to their homeland is very difficult to sentimentalize, given that many of them had been cast out and made stateless persons. And so they did not have that same tendency to sentimentalize the connection to the homeland. And also that because Jews did not have their own homeland, they represented this very interesting, they figured this very interesting possibility for the United States of engaging the world, not from the perspective of a homeland, but from the perspective, and here I assure you I am taking liberties with Arendt, right? But from the perspective of homelandness. And that possibility, she says, right, might pose a model for a kind of global politics that is somehow free of the imperialistic connotations that we normally attach to the idea of global politics, right? Now, it's a lovely image, right? It's a lovely image. It struck me as a strange one for Arendt, because she is not in the least naive about the inequalities that are born not necessarily of bias, but of course of bias, but also of sheer size, of resources, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? She was not in the least naive about those things, and yet she ends with this note of suggesting that maybe there is a possibility to have a global politics that is somehow innocent of imperialism. And so let's take that, let's transport that possibility, whether we agree with it or not, let's transport that possibility into the present, right? When I asked myself, what in the world is she talking about, right? What is she thinking here? I realized that maybe what's needed is a kind of kind of enabling narrative, right? We know it to be a fiction. We know that it's not going to happen. And yet, simply getting out of bed in the morning, some mornings, right, requires that we cling to it, right? We don't cling to it in a way that it becomes the defining program, because at the level at which we know that it is a fiction, right, we also know that trying to impose our fiction on the world is not going to go well, right? But it does help us keep going, right? And so, in terms of the United States, in terms of the world today, I would ask, what are the enabling fictions that will help us provisionally, right? How might enabling fictions help us provisionally, right? In the recognition that they are enabling fictions as well as enabling fictions.
And one of those might be, again, homelandlessness, right? So this attention to what's happening with the massive population movements, refugees at the moment, I think speaks to that very very idea of an enabling fiction for something. I would start to take questions from the audience. No? One question? I talk too much. Yes, please.
Hi, you talked about social media as a pharmacon, and it's an interesting concept that I haven't heard before, but I was just curious, I don't know if the analogy carries through, what the disease would be that it would fix, supposedly, like what scenarios it would be helpful versus toxic in.
That's a great question, right? If there's a pharmacon, what is the disease, right? I think if there is a disease here, it's the dyad of faith and faithlessness in social media, right? In that we either allow ourselves to be consumed by it, right? Or you do what I do, which is try to pretend altogether that it does not exist, right? And the fact of the matter is, I am wrong about that. And my wrongness there is every bit as problematic as being so consumed by social media that we never have the opportunity to stop back and ask questions about what else is happening in here beyond the tweet that I'm reading or beyond the Facebook posting that I'm reading, right? What is the disease, right? Now, then to extend that to democracy, another thing that we were talking about, I was talking about it with Jana earlier. We were also ironically talking about it on the van from the hotel to the conference this morning, about the ways in which COVID has made us recognize the degree to which our very health is premised on upon toxins, right? Upon our very health is premised on our being in contact with pathogens that may kill us. And so there's a funny analogy there for democracy. As Jana suggested, Derrida talks about how democracy sometimes suffers from an autoimmune disorder, right? When democracy attacks itself, right? And we see this over and over, democracy attacking itself. But at the same time, democracy is dependent upon, or the survival of democracy is dependent upon some of the very pathogens that attack it, right? Because what those pathogens do is they illuminate they illuminate any democracy's failure to be as fully accommodating as we like to pat ourselves on the back and think that we are, right? The so-called pathogen is what tells us we need to take this into account.
Yes, please.
Thanks very much. This is a really thought-provoking conversation that I appreciate. Quick question. I'm wondering whether we might consider that the pathogen in question here is the ad-driven business model on which social media is based, and that if we could eliminate that, we would reduce a lot of the pathologies for democracy.
I think it's certainly worth trying. And I would welcome it. And if we did try it, I might even be tempted to sign up on some platform myself to see how well it works. That said, right, whenever I read, prescriptions for how to fix the problem of social media, right? Many of those prescriptions, I think, are probably quite right. As I say, I'm no expert on social media, but they certainly sound good to me. But they also tend to be technical. You know, if we just add these filters or remove those filters, make it less possible for social media to drive their users towards one extreme or the other, right? To stop highlighting the most lurid because that is clickbait and it draws more eyes to the ad that's embedded, right? Those are fine. They all sound perfect to me. But I think that part of the conversation that we're missing out on in the focus on the technical fixes that can be made and absolutely should be tried, right, is we're not discussing the political and the theoretical component of what is happening with social media and how we might fix it, right? I'll stop there, and if anybody wants to, you know. So I think, in short, I think we need to think about, not just about the technical fixes, but also about the political implications for democracy of social media with or without those technical fixes, right? Everything is data. We are our data. We are addressed not as people, not as complex beings, but as complex bearers or producers of data for whatever reason.
Thank you so much for this enlightening conversation.
And as long as they're like a decent amount away from you, I'll take it back.
Yeah, we're gonna move it back.
Boss. I didn't think it was that bad. I was honestly.
Yeah, it's
oh
just
my God. No, it's not.
6. I mean, Hi, I'm here to welcome you all back and get everybody settled as we last conversation today. Kind of take it slow. I think we have Kingston session. But that means I'll say things that don't need to be recorded. So they're back in the studio. Oh, the microphone's on. I mean, Kingston Radio is a really wonderful community radio station with just fabulous programming that involves different community groups, and so it's really great that they're here as well. I'm Peter Rosenblum, and I teach in the Human Rights program at Bard College, and it's always a pleasure for me to be a part of the Arendt conference. I'm here to introduce and then moderate the discussion with Suzanne Nossel. And Suzanne, as it says in your program, is the Chief Executive Officer of PEN America and author of Dare to Speak, Defending Free Speech for All. Prior to joining PEN America, she served as the Chief Operating Officer at Human Rights Watch and as Executive Director of Amnesty International USA. And as we were talking just before, Suzanne is one of those who really has been deeply involved in the emergence and evolution of human rights in the United States and human rights organizations. She also worked in government for a period during the Obama administration. She's nodding her head. And the Clinton administrations, and has been, say, part of both the exciting and interesting expansion of the institutional human rights world in New York, and now as a thoughtful commentator on where some of the issues are headed as she continues to lead PEN America. So I'll turn things over to Suzanne, and we'll have discussion afterwards and wrap things up with Roger at 6 o'clock.
Okay, thanks so much, Peter, and thanks to Roger and the Arendt Center for having me. We live in a society that is both riven by polarization and at the same time repelled by it. Pew data from this summer shows sharp increases in the proportion of Americans who regard those from the opposing party, whether it's Republican or Democrat, as more closed-minded, dishonest, immoral, and unintelligent than other Americans. A Georgetown poll asked people to grade the country's level of political division on a scale from 0 to 100. 0 is completely unified, 100 is the edge of civil war. Respondents gave a mean score of 71.74, a number that is creeping up. But at the same time, Americans are alarmed by the tenor of our political discourse. 78% said in 2019, this is obviously pre-January 6th, that heated or aggressive language used by elected officials plays a role in fueling violence. A September 2021 poll by Public Agenda revealed that Americans are united in thinking that partisan hostility and divisiveness harm the country and want a less contentious nation. Across the political spectrum and demographic groups, Americans believe that partisan hostility among ordinary people and among politicians are both very serious problems. In my work at the free expression organization PEN America, we feel this pull and tug. We're buffeted by cascading affronts to our mission and values. The devaluation of truth, elevation of lies, dogmas that have sunk in on college campuses, authoritarian impulses to ban books and gag curricula across the country, the jailing of writers around the world, punitive silencing responses to speech emanating from all quarters. We see some paradoxes. The resort to censorship, curriculum bans, supposedly in the name of countering the suppression of ideas, traditional teachings on American history, a retreat to racial and ethnic reductionism in the name of combating racial prejudice. We watch experts in the media veer from advocating greater balance and outreach to decrying both sidesism and demanding that journalism be in defense of democracy. We watch funders careen from talking about bridging across divides and pluralism to investing in building power on the left and warding off the pressure to compromise. Over the last 6 years, we've repeatedly witnessed the failure of both rage and reason and an oscillating pendulum between them. What I wanted to think about a bit today is whether and how we might ultimately negotiate a truce of sorts in our free speech wars. In the back of my mind is whether that kind of truce might portend a wider ceasefire, a triumph of cooler heads over intensifying vitriol and violence. What would it take from the right and the left to move beyond a point where conflicts over free speech seem to continually roil our campuses, our public discourse, and over the last year in particular, our state houses and school boards? So in 2020, I published a book, Dare to Speak, Defending Free Speech for All, in which I posited a kind of a grand bargain to overcome our ceaseless skirmishes over speech. The premise of the book was sort of how we can live together in our diverse, digitized, and divided society without curbing free speech. My premise was that we were at risk of losing a rising generation of young people to the principle of free speech, one that they increasingly see as a smokescreen for hatred. Some students have come to see free speech as a conservative cause, a set of protections that reifies privilege, and an obstacle to achieving a more equitable and just society. Through our work at PEN America and my own speaking and writing, we've been making the case that unless we find a way to talk to young people about free speech in terms that resonate with their values and concerns, the moorings of free speech within our polity will be irrevocably uprooted. So in Dare to Speak, I argue that if people could voluntarily and of their own accord be more conscientious, thoughtful, and mindful of the power of speech, that many of the most frequent ill effects of speech could be blunted, weakening the demand for restrictions on speech. I make the case that the exercise of self-restraint, under most, though not all circumstances, is a key route to tamp down calls to ban and punish expression. I also argue that free speech matters as much, if not more, to the left as it does to the right. I point out that government prohibitions on speech have historically been used mostly to muzzle dissenters, women's and civil rights campaigners, anti-war resistors, and labor activists. It's those that are now mounting movements for change, be it for racial, gender, or environmental justice, who rely on free speech to be able to press their points without winding up kicked out of school or even thrown in jail. In the last few years, we brought this message directly to young people through free speech institutes where we introduce them to dissident writers and artists from around the world for whom the denial of speech rights has led to persecution, imprisonment, and torture. I believe firmly and have witnessed that when it's introduced in the right way, free speech is a cause that resonates with the rising generation, just as it has inspired jurists, philosophers, and leaders throughout history. But I do think we need some measure of give and take for free speech to reassert its place as the bedrock of our democracy, something that transcends politics and ideology. I divided my book into principles for speakers and for listeners, believing that we need to approach both voicing our opinions and hearing out those of others in mindful ways if we are to avoid fueling calls for new and onerous restrictions on speech. The essence of my argument is that there are kernels of truth on all sides of our free speech controversies. Let's take a tough one, the N-word. Over the last several years at PEN America, we confronted repeated cases of university faculty who found themselves in hot water on campus for mentioning the N-word in a class on literature or a law school lesson on the doctrine of fighting words. The professors would insist that they meant no offense, they were mentioning the word rather than using the slur. But to students, that distinction was often lost in a sense of outrage and offense fueled calls for discipline. On the one hand, I think we can all acknowledge that the N-word is a distinctively potent slur, and that just hearing it uttered, regardless of intent and context, can spark unsettling thoughts and feelings, particularly for those whose own lives or family history have been affected by the denigration that the term evokes. The sense of affront is visceral. The feelings may surge so quickly that there isn't time to contemplate whether the offense was deliberate or even smacked of negligence or indifference. I've also argued that at this point, it's incumbent upon professors to know how the N-word lands, that they have a duty of care if they're standing up behind a podium to recognize how a rising generation hears and understands the potency of this word, regardless of the context in which it's uttered. On the other side, though, I think we all can recognize that there is a difference between using the word as a slur to insult someone or even to speak derisively about them behind their back, and using it in a discussion of slurs in American culture or as part of reading aloud a work from history or literature. Intent and context do matter when evaluating speech, and particularly when thinking about what the consequences should be. Mutual acknowledgement of all of these overlapping simultaneous truths helps point the way to how to deal with a professor who thinks he's merely referencing the N-word for pedagogical purposes, only to discover that his students are up in arms. In some instances, this kind of reciprocal understanding does emerge. When Professor Jeff Stone used the N-word in a law school class at the University of Chicago a few years ago, he was able to calm things down by sitting down and listening to his students, hearing how they heard the word, even though he had said it for years in that class. He thought it was perfectly justified, but when he heard the student's perspective, he agreed he wasn't going to do it again. But that kind of two-way, self-reflective approach to speech controversies has become rare and often even disincentivized. I think there's something similar when it comes to the harms of speech. Free speech defenders have historically been reluctant to admit that speech can cause genuine harm for fear of opening the door to censorship. Some assail those who argue that speech can be triggering or cause trauma, calling such claims overstated or even hysterical. I understand the hesitation to stress the harms of speech, but believe that the attempt to deny that speech can cause harm has backfired. In Dare to Speak, I cite clear evidence that people on the receiving ends of slurs and stereotyping throughout their lives do suffer from academic, psychological, and even physiological repercussions. For them, at least, speech really does cause harm. Toni Morrison, in her 1993 Nobel Prize in Literature acceptance speech, spoke about how speech could be a form of violence. I think her point was to try to instill a recognition that the wounds words can cause are profound, an appreciation that she found lacking in the wider society. So she used what I think was a form of hyperbole, talking of speech and violence as one and the same. Nowadays, the propensity to equate words with violence has become more widespread, with people arguing that political slogans and other offenses are tantamount to physical barbs. That false equivalency brings its own dangers, escalation chief among them. If your insult to me is an act of violence, why am I then not justified in responding by punching you in the face? If a protest sign calling law enforcement officers murderers is an act of violence, why would police not be justified in forcibly shutting down the demonstration? Now, that doesn't mean that I don't think there are times and places where anger is justified and should be expressed. But I think the equation of speech and violence is misplaced and is ultimately can lead to dangerous consequences. I think free speech defenders can put forth a much more credible case for protecting open expression if they own up to the genuine harms that speech can cause and take seriously the need to educate people about those harms and avert them wherever possible. If we acknowledge that these harms can and do occur, we have more credibility in pointing out that isolated or even imagined offenses don't cause such lasting damage. It then becomes possible to insist that no, speech is not the same as violence, and that not every passing incidental microaggression is the legitimate cause of enduring upset, that the most extreme reaction to speech may not be the best measure of its impact. So there's a kernel of truth to both sides. Speech can cause harm, and those harms can be imagined or exaggerated. I also argue that if we step up our commitment to rejecting overt expressions of bigotry and unite behind the imperative of accountability for hate crimes, we can forestall calls to legislate against hate speech. In my view, it's precisely because advocates believe hate speech has been uncorked to run freely through our society that they become more determined to stop it, even if that means paring back freedom of expression. If people felt more confident that our tools to combat denigration and dehumanization, counter speech, intergroup shows of solidarity, forceful responses to incidents where hateful speech crosses the line into hateful action, if they thought those methods were working better, I think they'd be less prone to demand new prohibitions and punishments on expression. So we can acknowledge both that hateful speech and hate crimes are serious problems and that legislative prohibitions on speech are not the right answer. So I put these ideas out there 2 years ago, admittedly at the height of the pandemic, not the optimal time to release a book, but since then I have wrestled with the question of whether and how we can operationalize this kind of synthesized approach. How can we help people see the kernel of wisdom in the other side, to moderate and de-escalate, to use speech conscientiously to avoid inadvertently inflaming debates? What's standing in the way, and how do we surmount it? In terms of what's standing in the way, which is the easier part, a few obvious hurdles. One relevant to today's discussion, social media, where brevity is prized, passions drive algorithmic engagement, and statements can be extracted from context. It makes for a nuance-free zone. Admitting the weaknesses of your argument, hedging, or conciliating doesn't drive the kind of approval that fosters amplification. Twitter threads with caveats and counter-arguments are not the ones that travel. It's not just social media. Short-form videos, TED Talks, and even 800-word op-eds leave out a lot of nuance. Our flooded media marketplace favors a point of view succinctly stated. At Penn, when our reports get global coverage, it's generally because we have hard numbers, bills introduced, books banned, less because we brought a measured perspective to a tough issue like campus free speech or how to report on extremism. Nuance also doesn't seem to be rewarded professionally or socially. I meet a lot of people who seem to think that whatever shades they might personally discern on complex issues, acknowledging them is not their job. They've convinced themselves that the other side of the argument, be it on racially offensive speech, critical race theory, or new pronouns, is so fundamentally advantaged in the debate that an unyielding, adamant opposition is essential to kind of rebalance the scales. So they've defined their role as that of an unflagging, unrepentant champion of their side of the argument. That's what gets them booked on cable news or talk radio. If they can sustain that position throughout an interview, a panel discussion, or a conference, their work is done, regardless of whether any common ground was found or any fence-sitters became convinced. It may not matter what the conversation is about or what question was posed. Sometimes people come to a discussion not for the purpose of give and take, but to proffer prepackaged statements and answers. They take the mic and press play. In this style of discussion, which prizes the firm declaration, is this style of discussion, which prizes the firm declaration, a reaction to the chaos in our public debate? Is it a fear of being video recorded or quoted, saying anything that departs from talking points? Or maybe a reaction to polarization itself, where people are drawn toward extremes and have lost sight of the value of groping toward the other side? I think the dynamic is self-reinforcing. The left thinks that the right embraces bigotry, so becomes more zealous in anti-racism. An uncompromising commitment to anti-racism is then seen to inflict guilt and recrimination on white people, thus triggering hostility to theories and approaches sometimes dubbed as critical race theory. The assault on critical race theory prompts a doubling down on challenged narratives. And this cycle goes on. That is not to equate the motives of the right and the left. They are distinct tactically and morally, but they do feed one another. One question that preoccupies me is whether and how we can break through it. Whereas for years our work on free speech and education focused mostly on threats from the left, the tables have been turned in the form of ferocious right-wing assault on college curriculum and books. We at PEN America have documented more than a dozen legislated bans on curriculum adopted over the last year and a half, with hundreds more similar bills introduced in state houses. We've tracked over 2,500 books banned in the USA over the last year, in some cases legislatively. Elsewhere, lists of books are being passed around from district to district and summarily banned, wholesale. Overwhelmingly, the books in the crosshairs involved LGBTQ narratives and/or stories by and about people of color. In some communities, lists of books and resources compiled for the purpose of fostering diversity and inclusion have become book ban blueprints with titles rejected wholesale simply for the fact that a librarian or an educator thought they reflected a pluralistic viewpoint or focused on an underrepresented group. To us, honestly, this seems crazy. It's hard for me to recognize my own country as we work on this. It's out-and-out censorship taking over our schools. Knockdown, drag-out fights at Board of Education meetings, teachers and librarians being intimidated to the point where they quit their jobs. So is there any kernel of legitimacy in this debate, any grounds for compromise? I think yes and no. The movement to ban books is comprised of multiple strands. There are people who've been waging war on public education for years, who've seized on controversial books for youth as a way to undermine local administrations, argue for vouchers, and try to seize control. There are others who see a political opportunity, not a pocketbook issue, but a backpack issue, something that hits close to home and plays into racial and gender anxieties in ways that may help activate voters in certain communities. So to find the kernel of legitimacy requires stripping away all of these opportunists who fuel the fire in service of other goals, and to realize that their motives are not on the level. Beneath that, though, there are some parents, and probably a significant number in some parts of the country, who have some genuine questions. Yeah, I think one that we hear a lot is about how to introduce complex and unsettled conceptions of gender identity to young children. They wonder if talking about gender ambiguities in the early grades of elementary school may sow confusion. They worry that a full embrace of the spectrum of gender variations that we're coming to recognize doesn't reflect the values of their own town or their religious affiliation, and that they think the local public schools should reflect those values. They believe sexually explicit books should not be available below certain grade levels, if at all. They believe traditional gender roles will remain numerically predominant in society and so deserve a kind of pride of place in terms of how gender is introduced in a public school setting and to very young children. Some of the authors of most banned books in the country have said that they can appreciate some validity of debate over the right age and stage to introduce their work to kids. There are notions that even ardent opponents of book bans can consider and reflect upon. The same is true, or should be true, on the flip side. Those who are panicked about books that may introduce children to sensitive sexual topics at a young age should be able to recognize the power and necessity of those such narratives for certain children. For kids with LGBTQ parents, the chance to see themselves in books may mean the difference between feeling perpetually self-conscious about bringing friends home or welcoming your two dads to school. Librarians in Texas have acknowledged that for some teens, reading books about non-binary or transgender characters can be a lifesaver. For kids who are bullied, stigmatized, and rejected even at home, books can open up a hidden door to the possibility of a different life and a viable future. For me, and probably for many of you, I don't think these nuances are all that hard to see, and yet it's as if the two sides in our public debate willfully wear blinders, believing that looking beyond their chosen field of vision would alienate them from their allies and betray the cause. How do we move past this? There is no magic bullet. There are obviously long-term methods, some of which I talk about in the book, like expanding youth debate to teach children the virtues of learning to see issues from both sides, or using literature and film as a key to unlock empathy, or perhaps a national service program that forces Americans to work side by side with people unlike themselves. But these will take a generation to take hold. And our pitched, polarized climate, one that some argue is dragging us towards secession or even civil war, may not give us the time to wait. So what can be done in the near term? One lever lies in the authoritative voice, what I think of as the authoritative voice of nuance. People in positions of power and influence who use their voice to depart from the expected orthodoxy, like the conservative writer David French speaking out forcefully against book bans. Last year, when we gave him an award at the Penn Gala, Henry Louis Gates did so on a different issue, at a time of pitched debate over cultural appropriation, whether authors have the right to tell stories about groups other than their own. Gates gave a ringing defense of the freedom of the imagination. He said the idea that you have to look like the subject to master the subject was a prejudice that our forebears, women seeking to write about men, black people seeking to write about white people, were forced to challenge. Any teacher, any student, any reader, any writer sufficiently attentive and motivated must be able to engage freely with the subjects of their choice. That is not only the essence of learning, it's the essence of being human. The editor of the New York Times was at the event and heard his remarks, which were then published in the paper. So will we hear a conservative acknowledge that transgender identities have a place in children's literature? Or a transgender rights advocate reckon with what signs of maturity children might exhibit as markers of readiness to comprehend the complexities of non-binary identity? Who will amplify and codify those comments? I think the Arendt Center here at Bard has been one important and intrepid force trying to convene these tough conversations and spotlight those willing to have them. Another tool we've focused on at Penn is to try to call out and stigmatize those who erect barriers to open discourse. We coined the term educational gag orders to reframe a debate that was misleadingly being talked about as one over critical race theory. We thought gag orders was a more accurate way to describe legislated prohibitions on what could be taught and studied in the classroom. The term has taken off, and I like to think it's part of the reason that the overwhelming bulk of the proposed gag order bills have not passed into law. See something similar with book bans. When districts began mandating that books be put behind the librarian's desk or subjected to a permission slip requirement, We called out the new wave of book bans, publishing 2 reports entitled Banned in the USA. We've gotten some pushback in recent months, with critics arguing that some of the books we say are banned have actually remained on the shelf despite orders for their removal. In a sense, that's a win, in that people recognize that bans are disfavored. Surveys confirm that overwhelming majorities of Democrats and Republicans do say they oppose book bans. So we're now seeing patterns of some bans being overturned, and have witnessed that in the midterms, open talk of book bans is less prevalent than might have been expected. So I guess my argument comes down to a case for adding nuance to the fight for free speech, recognizing that the forces that can lead people to suppress expression often stem from some kernel of a genuine or perhaps even legitimate concern. My premise is that acknowledging that concern can, at least sometimes, allow you to separate out the underlying motivation from the speech suppressive solution and oppose the latter without denying the former. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that. And while we're giving a chance to everybody to compose their questions, maybe I'll ask one or two just in terms of getting started. In this current context, are you holding to kind of the traditional ways of responding, in the sense of, I mean, PEN has been celebrated under your command for its research-based advocacy, and that continuing to kind of produce the details, and the things that you've described has really been, I think, important to others who are out there. And I'm wondering, though, are you going to take a stand against content regulation at all? Is that something you would stand against? Are there no circumstances where I mean, when I was as a young sort of activist working outside the United States, I always had to characterize to Europeans and others the free speech absolutism of the United States as something that was actually kind of odd, and that we clung to a certain fictional distinction between speech and action because it worked for us. Well, maybe it doesn't work for us anymore, and that some of the European models that began with the criminalizing of speech that, for example, denied the Holocaust or engaged in race speech or others, are things that where we couldn't contemplate them in the United States 20 years ago, now they're starting to look a little bit more appealing. And yet they run counter to the traditions maybe of PEN or of the ACLU or other organizations. Do you draw a line there?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I like about PEN is that we're not a doctrinaire organization. Like, there is no sort of Bible that we have to reference about the positions that we take, and we sort of have the freedom and the leeway to look at the landscape that we're in. For example, doing a report in 2017 where we really named disinformation as a threat to free expression. We argued that even though it was overwhelmingly protected by the First Amendment, that in an information marketplace flooded by disinformation, the value of free speech would be undercut, because the value of free speech is, it's not just about being able to say your piece, it's about the ability to persuade, to get into a give and take, to elucidate the truth and separate fact from falsehood. And if all of that value is diminished, free speech loses. And so, we've been able to, I think, bring a kind of a nuanced and open-minded lens to these questions. I think when it comes to something like Holocaust denial, that the evidence that allowing it actually tamps down hatred, I think is just not there. And so, I think it may feel good to, think about passing a law that would prohibit it, but whether you're actually achieving anything, if your aim is to combat anti-Semitism, I think the experience, I actually looked at this in the book to see, what had happened in terms of levels of anti-Semitism in Germany, where they have a Holocaust denial law, and in the United States where they don't. And actually the trend lines are very similar. So it's, this is no magic bullet. I think one thing that's interesting is the decision in the Alex Jones case. Because I can see, look, that is, decision that his speech, his conspiracy mongering, his wild theories are punishable, with an extraordinary fine. And I have to believe that other purveyors of disinformation of a certain kind, are going to be given pause. And the same thing with the Dominion lawsuit, the voting machine lawsuit, where they're suing Fox News in an effort to, claim damages on the basis that their reputation was badly sullied when these machines were accused of having broken down and given incorrect results in the 2020 election. And so, I think it's an interesting question. On the one hand, we've never been at PEN America, a fan of limiting the leeway of the press. We have supported the New York Times v. Sullivan standard, which gives the media a great deal of leeway in how they cover and talk about issues. But I think we have to recognize that information travels in very different ways, and we should be looking at these things and whether some movements in the direction of accountability for speech can make a positive difference to our information landscapes. We think of ourselves as kind of champions of open discourse, and we try to ask the question of what can best foster that.
Do we have questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you. As I understand your talk, this whole issue about free speech involves balance. Is culture relevant to that balance?
Culture in terms of cultural differences around the world, for example?
I mean, if a different culture has different values or different practices, is that relevant?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question because I think it is relevant, but I also think there's a lot of complexity in trying to discern, what the cultural stance is. People will say certain things about, for example, Jewish culture, Muslim culture, that may be, are you talking about the religious authorities and their perspective? Are you talking about the average adherent of that religion, somebody who's observant, somebody who may be secular but comes from that background? Are you talking about a man or a woman? And the answer can be very different. And so it's hard to essentialize culture. And so I think there are, as a human rights person, I absolutely believe there are certain universal rights that we all possess, that people need to be able to exercise regardless of what setting they live in, what culture they are from. But I also recognize, in the interpretation, something like Holocaust, would we say Canada and Europe are, turning their back on free speech protections because they do allow somewhat more leeway in terms of government prohibitions on speech? I don't think so. I don't think there can be kind of an absolute global straitjacket.
So here's what the thought behind, or the actual experience behind my question. I grew up in a family where the N-word was regularly used. And yet, we lived in surroundings in which the very idea that you could be hurt by the N-word was not there. So I grew up, my understanding of my culture was it's a more robust culture. Fewer things hurt you. Fewer language practices hurt you.
Yeah, I think what I would say in response to that is, one of the premises of my book is, how do we live together in our diverse, digitized, and divided society? So, let's put the emphasis on the first word, diverse. Recognizing that we're living in a society where words can land differently for different people, depending on their background. And so if you're living in a community where everybody uses this word freely and there's nothing wrong with it, that doesn't mean that there aren't people you're going to meet later on or come from somewhere else for whom it's drastically different. It also, people also make the argument, well, years ago, this was kind of considered accepted. And so, what has changed? Have people just become more sensitive? I don't think so. I think there's a greater consciousness of what this word means. There's a greater recognition that, we don't have to stand for having to hear this word. Even if maybe our parents sort of had little choice and felt, it was better to be silent or, just were accustomed to it. We now have the opportunity to speak up and say this is unacceptable. And so, I think sort of regardless of what culture you come from, you have to recognize sort of the cultures and the backgrounds of the people that you meet and think about, what is the breadth of this audience? What range of people may be here? You can't know the answer fully, but have some awareness, that there is a breadth and that you want to be sort of conscious of that, as you speak and express yourself.
Your argument for dialogue sort of hinged on the example of transgender books being, decried as introducing certain topics too early, right? But the other example that you had given earlier, or rather it's not an example, it's an actuality, the banning of books written by people of color or about people of color. And I was wondering, what do you think that there is a kind of kernel of understandable truth behind that prejudice? Behind that form of banning, and what would that be?
Yeah, I don't think there is when it comes to, these books that just sort of end up on a list and it's like a biography of Ruby Bridges or Frederick Douglass. I think there is no excuse, there's nothing to be understood, and that, people have gotten caught up in a frenzy and they're acting on perhaps their fears. I think, where you can have a discussion is, when it comes to sort of how we teach complex concepts in history, how do we teach? One of the things that triggered this whole debate is the 1619 Project at the New York Times, and it was turned into a curriculum. I think some people felt, this curriculum, this perspective, puts too much emphasis on certain things and it de-emphasizes other things. And, my feeling is, look, the 1619 Project is a lens. It's a perspective on American history. It is eye-opening. It was eye-opening for tons of people to read it. That, there also are criticisms of it that, have been brought forward by serious scholars, including scholars of color. But if you're, in an ideal world, I think you're looking at multiple lenses. You're in a classroom and you're being taught a critical race theory lens. You might be taught a Keynesian lens, a Marxist lens, and you're synthesizing all of this, to kind of come up with your own understanding of the world or of American history. I think that's how it should work. I also am sort of realistic that, in every American public high school, it may not be possible to have that level of complexity. And so then, you have to make choices and who makes those choices? We've always had in this country a long tradition of local control over schools. And so, I think that, for me is a discussion that you can have, that you should be able to have in a reasoned, rational way about how to deal with some of these really tough topics and, how should we view, should America be presented as just a country that, has racism at its core? Should it be presented as a country that, has made progress, that's gotten progressively better, that has done some good and important things? I think that should be a give and take. And what's so destructive about these prohibitions is they really forestall the opportunity for that conversation and that dialogue by, imposing legislation.
So we had a question here. Is someone taking the microphones back?
My question was just, in your speech, you sort of talk about how from both the left and the right, there is a lot of restriction of free speech from the left, whether that be, just with certain issues. There's a lot from the left, there's a lot from the right, and to a certain extent, it is somewhat hypocritical where you have people on the left saying, well, why are you banning these books about people of color? And you have people on the right saying, well, why aren't you letting me talk about issues like Israel or whatnot? And so my question for you is just, how do you approach people who are acting like this, who are saying, you can't speak about certain issues, but you need absolute freedom to speak about others. And do you approach people from the left and the right in the same way when you're trying to bring them in to bridge the gap and to find the nuances? And yeah, just in general, how do you go and approach people who think like that, and how do you try to get them to open their minds to not only see the other side, but to think about their own side with a little bit more nuance?
Yeah. Look, it's not a new thing. This old phrase, free speech for me and not for thee. It's a very pervasive pattern of free speech defense, kind of, age old, that people are more ardent about it when it comes to a perspective or an opinion that they agree with. And there's actually, I talk about in the book, that, the Supreme Court has become much more kind of ideologically driven in dealing with its First Amendment cases. That there's a New York Times study that showed that the pattern basically reveals that increasingly over time, the justices are much more likely to side on with the free speech argument if they agree with the underlying content. And if they're a Republican appointed judge and it's conservative speech, it's a less pronounced trend on the liberal side, more pronounced on the conservative side. So, it's a serious issue. One thing we do is try to point out sort of how the tables could be turned. If you're trying to suppress debate on a certain issue, what controversial perspective do you think needs airing that, might similarly be suppressed? I've sort of told this story of a case, that I think sort of illustrates it. In Massachusetts, there was a policeman who tweeted something after the Charlottesville protests and the killing of Heather Heyer. He tweeted something, sort of on the side of the cops in Charlottesville and against the protesters, and he was fired for doing that from this police force. And, I think people kind of, certain people sort of cheered that and said, like, that's absolutely right. He never should have put out that tweet. And then a couple of years later, there was an officer who put out a photo of a relative attending a Black Lives Matter protest, and it was a poster that was critical of the police, and she was fired. And the police chief said, well, we had no choice because in this past incident, this type of speech was punishable with removal from the force. And so, that's one illustration of kind of how the tables can be turned. I'd say something else that, I think can work is trying to foster an actual give and take between people about these issues, especially if you can do it face to face and people can look at each other in the eye. It's somehow a lot harder to be absolute, and it kind of opens up the possibility of being able to see from a different perspective.
Who was first? Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for this presentation. Can you comment on the Los Angeles County Council controversy? I don't know if the controversy is the right term, but on what's happened there?
Yeah, I think, to me it's not... Oh, yeah. Basically what happened was there's a leaked tape that kind of came out just this past weekend of some council members having a discussion. It was Latino council members having a discussion about redistricting. And sort of in the course of that discussion, which is obviously like very much sort of off the record and people like knew each other really well, there were some terrible things said. I'd say the worst of it was these really denigrating comments about a little boy, a toddler who's Black, who's adopted into the family of a white council member. And so this, made headline news all over the country. And I think yesterday or today, at least one person has resigned. It's been sort of progressive. They had to strip of their chairmanship and now resign. And now I think there's the pushes to get the other two to resign as well. It's you know, I talk in the book about being conscientious with language, and that's an obligation that I think we all have. You know, I think what's in this setting, I do recognize, look, they thought this was a private conversation. However, this tape was obtained, which we don't know. You know, because I think you need, I mean, it's terrible that they had these attitudes. And I think there's really, you know, it's sort of as soon as you read this, you knew, you know, this is not going to fly as a political matter. And it's really a political decision. Are these people, you know, with this, now that we know that they harbor these attitudes, you know, are they capable of representing and making decisions on behalf of the city of Los Angeles? And I think they lost the confidence of their constituents, and you know, therefore, you know, their continuing on was untenable. And so, you know, it's a stark reminder that in this digital age, you know, is anything really ever private? And you know, I think for you know, people in public life, we've had some incidents like this before, but this is, you know, one of the more jarring ones. And so, you know, maybe that, you know, there's something positive in it, that people recognize, like, there really is absolutely no space for this in any, you know, in any conversation.
I'm going to follow up on that with with social media. How do you think about that as the press? And one example would be something like Project Veritas. I don't know how many people know that, but this is an organization that takes people out on dates, thinks, you know, makes them think they're having, you know, a date with a liberal progressive person, gets them to say crazy things about how they would never do this. This happened at my daughter's school last month. They took out one of the administrators. She said all this stuff, well, we would never invite a conservative, thinking she was talking to some progressive. And then they released the video and put it online. Is this stuff that's protected? How do you know, I mean, this is the privacy question. This is how you deal with private conversations. How does one even begin to think about that in this day and age?
You know, I think they're really tough questions. And there now, you know, are forms of surveillance software. There's just a new report out today about surveillance software and the impact that that's having on journalists. You know, I'm not an expert in the law, but I think, you know, basically, I think the law is, you know, in terms of permission to tape a conversation, if one partner in the conversation consents, you know, it's not a legal violation, I don't believe. Someone else might be able to elaborate.
It depends on the state in part, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have not heard.
I think we were told that Los Angeles conversation was likely not legally recorded, but in New York, it's a single party consent state, and I could record my conversation with you without telling you, but I think it's state by state.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously what they're doing is deceptive and misleading. I don't believe it's journalism. You know, is there a legal theory that would stand in the way of it? I'm not sure, and I don't know that I've heard it. You know, for someone to, it's you know, it's an entrapment, but it's not entrapment by the government. I think that, you know, the government couldn't, you know, go about, you know, obviously the purpose would be different, but, you know, I don't think the government could do that, but can a private individual, you know, that happens, you know, I think all the time in personal settings, that, you know, people misrepresent themselves and lure other people in.
Can we revive the tort of intentional infliction of emotional harm?
Yeah,
Are there other torts that, I mean, you seem to be a fan somewhat of the use of defamation, libel. I mean, there certainly would be other torts available as
yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a fan of defamation and libel, but I am kind of intrigued. I am sort of, you know, I don't know, I find this Alex Jones case pretty compelling.
Satisfying.
Yeah,
I find the Los Angeles case terribly satisfying.
Yeah, and the Dominion case, you know, I think, you know, we have to be very careful and thoughtful. I mean, back to the question asked from the back about, you know, how could this precedent, you know, be turned around? You know, what other speech might, and you know, it's a very real question, because that is what happens. You know, there'll be another case, I haven't thought of what it is, where somebody may rely on one of these precedents to suppress or retaliate against speech, that we think has value, that we don't, it's really, none of us is sympathetic with Alex Jones or Dominion voting, but, could there any loosening of the law be twisted in a way, that would constrict the, speech that we regard very differently? And so I think that's a question that a free speech advocate always has to ask. And I wouldn't say, I don't think, I haven't rendered a judgment. And I think that's, I'm sure something that the First Amendment experts are going to be, debating for some time. What are the risks that may be embedded in these decisions that, as you say, feel so satisfying?
All right. When talking about, like, how the N-word affects, like, how people feel and, like, when it comes to, like, how you use it, like, historical context in books, do you feel that minorities are justified and should be justified to feel anger or rage when it concerns to other people's freedom of speech, when it affects their integrity?
Yeah, I do. I think that, like, to live together in this diverse society, that we have to recognize it's not any one group. But I do think the N-word, as I said, has a special potency and is kind of unique. There's a whole book written about it. It's kind of the slur among all slurs. But it's not the only type of denigrating speech that I think people have a very powerful, visceral reaction to. And I think as a society, we have to take that into account. I don't think you can't wish it away. There's legitimacy to it. There are reasons for it, and we have to kind of, I think, accommodate that. And I think it's sort of happening in that these incidents I was talking about, I don't think we've had one that recently. I think people have finally kind of gotten the message that and come to understand. Part of it is sort of the cautionary effect. When you hear about somebody else who has to bear consequences for speech, you think about your own speech. And I think professors, even if they didn't realize it a few years ago, now realize kind of no matter what, you're probably better using the euphemism, and why really do you have to speak the word out fully? And, I think some people feel like that's a diminution of speech rights. I don't think there should be, I think if there's no bigoted intention, let's say it's someone who is a visiting professor and, they haven't paid attention to all this and they come and they're reading something or they say something. I think that intent in that context should be taken into account. I don't think there should be a punishment, but I think that idea of voluntary restraint, I think, has always been, it's interesting. The concept of voluntary restraint is in the Penn Charter, which dates back to 1948. And I think all of us, like, we don't say everything that comes to mind, right? Where, whether it's with our family or at work, even the questions you're asking here, you're sort of thinking about it. And there's some things you might be, tempted to say that you don't say. And so, that's not an infringement inherently on freedom of speech. I think sometimes that sense of restraint and chill can go too far. But, the very fact that you don't say everything that you might say, is not an infringement on free speech.
Although, I think those of us here at a college, maybe others as well, are particularly concerned about those restraints becoming extremely damaging. Maybe, and I think others who are professors or teaching in classrooms, that we've experienced what is a wonderful process of student awareness, but that can now lead into a place of such levels of restraint that to get students to disagree with each other starts to become very difficult.
Yeah,
just
and I
to
think
point
that's,
that out.
that's the, it's like, how do you get to the kind of equilibrium here where people are, I think a big part of it to me is avoiding the gratuitous, inadvertent offenses and sort of understanding what those might be so that you can avoid the friction that they cause and actually sort of reserve the political capital for a real discussion that you want to have, a point or opinion that you want to make. And I know, of course, that's why we got into campus free speech in the first place, is exactly the concern that you're raising, of feeling that campus discussions were being shut down, that the space for disagreement and political diversity was shrinking, that trigger warnings, calls for the campus to be a safe space, that all of that was beginning to, kind of overtake the university, and that the chance for a difficult dialogue, I think you have something here at Bard called difficult dialogue or living room conversations, that was disappearing. And so in my book, I really tried, what I'm trying to do is lay out principles that can make that, hold that space open. I do think, there is an alchemy to it. I do think there are certain steps that the speaker kind of does have to take in order to make that possible. But I agree with you that sometimes it sort of translates in a very crude way to, just kind of a general silencing, and sort of how you get that right. There's no, magic dividing line between the self-censorship that is appropriate discretion and the self-censorship that is too much.
Yeah. Okay, maybe one last question, sir, in the middle there.
Yeah, hello. So I know like the digital age has, caused a lot of things like defamation and like leaked videotapes, but also like how the censorship of books, like it was bad for like both the left and the right. But do you also see the digital age as like something that can be used to combat the censorship of these books, since like children could have access to them maybe online through like ebooks, or also just like YouTube videos? That's a thing too now. There's other ways to access different forms of books or knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think in a weird way, or one thought that's crossed my mind is that for parents now around the country, they have a lot less control over what their kids see because of social media. The main channel we know that teenagers are using, or even younger kids, to access information is social media. And so, in a sense, I think it's that maybe that loss of control is sort of part of what is driving this effort to more tightly control that which they can get their arms around, i.e. what's on a library shelf at school. There is an effort by the Brooklyn Public Library. They've set up a QR code where people can download all of these banned books, and that's been popular, and it's, a bit of an escape hatch. But I think there's something, we shouldn't fool ourselves into thinking that's a solution. For a lot of kids, they're not accessing that. They may not have, internet or a cell phone. There's also the kind of discovery of, they may not want to go seek that out, but if they're in the library, and they sort of see a volume about a particular thing, they might pick it up, and that can be, I'm sure we all had the experience. Sometimes that can be transformational. You weren't seeking it out, you wouldn't have, downloaded it, but you come across it, and suddenly it opens you up to something. So I do think sort of the digital definitely kind of plays into this in a couple of interesting ways.
So I assume we should probably wrap up with that, Roger, no? So thank you, Suzanne. Thank you for the talk and the stimulating conversation.
Thank you all. I just want to remind you that tomorrow we begin at 9:30. Not 10 as in today, 9:30, and we'll end earlier. So enjoy the evening. There's a wine and cheese reception outside, and then get some sleep and be back tomorrow for day 2. We'll be talking a lot more about social media and technology tomorrow. So second half of the conference. Thanks very much.